Welcome, world, to the first ever Impact Summit. Together, we are gathered with a bunch of disruptors. Wave your hands, say hi, everybody. If you are committed to helping humanity change energy, food, healthcare, banking, mining, communications, charity, and AI, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All right, we want to welcome every one of you to the world's first summit. Everybody can see everybody here. Let's light up those chats. Tell us where you're checking in. What city and what country are you checking in from? So amazing to see all of you incredible humans here. Winston-Salem, Wilmington, North Carolina. Where else do we have? Georgia, Rome, Italy, Holland, Houston, Texas, Nova Scotia, Las Vegas, Iowa, Netherlands, Houston, Thailand, New Orleans, Jacksonville, Florida, Jamaica, Vegas, Spain, Dacula, Georgia, Brisbane. This is amazing. We are so excited. Today, you're going to get to hear from almost every one of these people live. They've got incredible knowledge they're going to drop. So please give them a huge hand. You'll get to see them in just a moment. It's game time. Here we go. Thanks, you guys. I could not be more excited. We want to recognize every one of you. You've already typed in your city and your country. If you're brand new here, this is the first time that you've ever heard about Connect or any of our amazing projects, type in brand new to the chat. And if you are one of our owners, if hashtag we own this, type in owner. That way we can see and celebrate every one of you. If you are a top seller, I want Kurt, Christine, Danny, Lori, all of our top sellers, step forward. You guys earned the right to be here. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. These are the men and women that have gotten the bug. They've gotten the passion, and they have invited every single one of us to step our game up. So thank you all for being here. Super excited to have them here. I also now want to go to screen and recognize our Gather hosts. If we can pull up our Gather hosts, because guess what? I know some of you are in your home, maybe you're in your office, but we had a group of people that gathered together to bring community. And that's what we're all about. We are literally here to disrupt and decentralize humanity. And we have got some gathers from around the world. So if we can pull up, I know Australia. Where else do we have around the world that's gathering? Do we know? Where? Florida. Canada. All right. So we're going to give the production team a second here to pull up our Gather hosts so we can see oh, here we go. We got a couple of people gathered. It looks like Melbourne. All right, if we can get those big screen. Wow, we got some huge groups over here. A lot of living rooms. That's cool. Well, if we can mainframe those, that would be awesome, team. And finally here, I want to recognize the support team. Denise, Irene, the team, Allie, everybody who spent hours and hours putting on this event. All right, there we go. We've got some people. All right, if you're in a room with people, wave your hand. We can see you guys. There you go. I like the Christmas outfit. Well done. Well done on the Christmas outfit. I see Australia down here. Hi, Australia. Good to see you guys and gals. The Aussies. Woo! All right. All right. Well, cool. So very soon, you're going to get a chance to hear from 8 world leaders, 8 brand presidents. And here's something special. You may or may not have known this, but we believe in recognition. We also believe in rewards. So every single one of the brand president's presentations that you join, you're going to, at the end of it, fill out a quick little form, just your first name, last name, email, and cell phone. And that's going to qualify you for token giveaways. Now, if you don't know what tokens or digital rewards are, no worries. We're going to share that with you pretty soon. If you are on the YouTube live stream, you see a little QR code at the bottom. It's not too late to register for VIP. It's $29. We'll bring you up on the live screen. You'll have access to the chat, and you'll earn even more entries into the grand prizes. I calculated it last night. I think we're giving away around $150,000 of value at the end of the 4 hours today. So how many of you would love to win some things today? Say aye. Awesome. So if you are on part of the free live stream on YouTube or any of the other channels, congratulations. You have a chance to win from each of the 8 brand presidents that are here. And you get 1 point for the raffle for every one of the 8 presentations that you go. Now, each of these brand presidents is going to come up here for 12 minutes and give you their best TED Talk on what are the big problems they're solving in energy, food, healthcare, banking, mining, communications, charity, and AI. And what's going to be awesome is that when you watch that 12 minutes and fill out that form, we're going to enter you into a chance to win some really cool stuff at the end. At the end of today, we're going to do this massive giveaway, this massive raffle. I'll talk about that in just a second. So if you're committed to listening and learning, type yes in the chat, and we'll know that you're ready to rock and roll. And if you upgrade to VIP, you can earn even more chances in the raffle. All right, I see a lot of yeses there, so our tech is working. That is fantastic. So you're also going to see some from VIP experts. I apologize, we did not get the pictures of the other 4 VIPs, but say hi, Tony. Where's Tony? Tony Swantek. Tony has become a dear friend of mine. He's actually the one who invited me into this conversation just about 2 years ago that absolutely transformed my life. So if somebody's invited you to watch this, I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, it's not like I didn't have a lot going on, but as soon as I saw the impact that this community was having, I knew in my soul, in my DNA, that this was part of my life purpose. And so, Tony, thank you so much for that. Super excited to be here. Tony's going to nail his presentation later today. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Now, I'm going to give the brand presidents, the rest of their team, a farewell here. Thank you, guys and gals. We're going to rock and roll. I'll see you on stage soon. All right, so you're going to hear over the next probably 15 to 20 minutes, but then for the next 3 hours and 45 minutes, you're going to hear some terms that might be new to you. If you're gathered with some other people, they will educate you. If you're brand new to this and you're watching this on live stream, don't worry. We have a whole academy that's built to train and to educate people. So you might hear some things called RWA and RW money. What does that stand for? Well, it stands for real world assets and real world revenue. If you get into the world of blockchain, or if some of you might be somewhat familiar with crypto, and if you are, by the way, if you're familiar with blockchain and crypto, type B and C into the chat. All right. If you're familiar with it, if you don't know anything about it, that's cool. That's why we're here. But oftentimes you'll hear things about meme coins. You'll hear about ICOs or rug pulls. Well, we're going to be talking about the opposite of that. We're going to be talking about real world projects that have real world assets that generate real world revenue. Okay. This is a game changer. And we're not going to talk about it in one vertical. We're going to talk about it today in 8 verticals and eventually in every single vertical in the world. We are truly going to disrupt and decentralize every single industry that is necessary for humanity's operating systems to change. And I say this because I have been, for the last 2 years, diving deep into this world. I knew nothing about this. And now I'm a big believer that we, the people, have the opportunity to take our power back and to shift the way that humanity operates. All those in favor of doing that, say aye. Raise your hand. Let me see you on the chats. Okay. That's why we're here. That's why we've gathered. That's why we kicked off the world's first Impact Summit. So you're going to hear some terms like this. You're also going to hear over and over again about 3 of the most disruptive technologies: AI, blockchain, and crypto. And these 3 technologies, of all the technologies that are out there, are moving faster than any tech I've ever seen. And they're also making the most disruptive thing I've ever seen. So if you're not, I've built numerous companies. Matter of fact, we're here. One of the clean tech companies we built, called Power, started at 12 years ago. Inc. 5000, fastest growing company 4 years in a row, is now one of the largest US solar companies and put more panels on roofs than a lot of people, a lot of companies. So it was a disruptive technology. But these 3 technologies, AI, blockchain, and crypto, are absolutely transforming the way we do business. If you're using AI, do me a favor and type into the chat, what do you use AI for? Right? Do you use it to help you with your groceries? Or are you using it to help you, build business plans? Or using it to write code or do design or graphics? Go ahead and chat in here. I want to see what some of your level of understanding is with that. But you're going to hear AI, blockchain, and crypto. So I see some B and C's popping up. Johnny says everything. Judy says everything, to resolve doubts, right? Interesting. A bunch of things: research, writing, logos, recipe, marketing, translations. Here's what's crazy. Do you realize that it was just 3 years ago that most of the world found out about AI? Now, machine learning's been around for a long time, but ChatGPT launched November of 2022. Look at the transformation it's made. Now, the next big thing you're going to hear from with each of our brands, and this will become more and more familiar, is you're going to hear the difference between centralized world and decentralized world. We believe that technology is going to create a decentralized future. We believe that centralized is the way that most things start, and it needs to, right? You've got to get a group of people together, maybe form a corporation, maybe develop a business. But as those businesses grow, as they get bigger and bigger and bigger, as we've seen with many of the tech companies, have we seen with the food industry, we've seen it with energy, as it gets so big that it becomes investor owned and it becomes controlled, or even at the point where the government's involved, we've seen that centralization can have some negative effects, right? And you're going to hear about that today. Here's the good news. We have solutions. We, the people, have an opportunity to disrupt and to decentralize every single industry and take our power back. Literally get rewarded for building energy, food, healthcare, banking, mining, communications, transportation, and AI. We can own all these industries. Instead of a handful of people controlling those, we the people can. If you are interested in that, if that sounds cool, type in hashtag we own this. Type in hashtag we own this. These are the kind of things that we're going to hear over and over and over. All right. We're going to hear these kind of phrases. You're going to hear it for the next couple of hours. And as I mentioned before, we've got a really fun couple of hours, but we want to do a couple of things. Number one, we are going to ask you to join our movement, and we're going to show you exactly how. When I say a movement, I'm talking about disrupting and decentralizing every single industry out there, right? Even some that we're not going to be talking about today. And I believe, and maybe you do too, that now is the time for the masses, 8.4 billion people on this planet. It's time for all of us to own and operate these industries. It's time for us to be rewarded for that. So I hope that you join us in this movement. And if you don't, that's fine. But there's going to be over 1 billion people, I believe. Right now, we have over 90,000 people in 175 countries. So we've just begun this movement. And we're super excited. Number two, we're going to ask you to connect with our brands after the event. Since they only have 12 minutes, they're really going to talk about the problem, the solution, and then how to connect with them afterwards, right? They're each going to have an opportunity for you to go into a 1-hour deep dive, whether you're passionate about energy, food, healthcare, banking, whatever it is. We're going to ask you on a drag and drop form to say, hey, I want to hear about energy first. I want to hear about food first, or healthcare, or AI, or whatever it is. And then we're going to invite you to register for a 1-hour webinar where they'll take you behind the scenes and show you exactly how we're going to disrupt and decentralize. And more importantly, the massive opportunity that's behind there. All right. So that's step two. Number three, and I'm going to give you right now an ethical bribe to get you to stay to the end. Okay. I already mentioned that we're going to do raffles throughout today, and I am so excited. I know that you will be too. So number one, we're going to talk about at the end of the day something called something called a bundle match NFT. Okay. This bundle match NFT is taking 8 of our top brands, taking the digital rewards, sometimes people call them tokens, and we're going to give you rewards in each of those 8 brands, which, by the way, they're really hard to get right now. If you go to one of the exchanges, they're difficult to get because nobody's selling these things. They're holding on to them because they're real world assets producing real world revenue. And everybody thinks, wow, these rewards might be worth a lot more in the future. They may not. But we believe, and I think many of you, that holding these or hodling them is a smart idea. So we put together an NFT called the Bundle Match NFT. It's the first time we've ever done this. We're launching it live here today, and you'll have the opportunity to, with one purchase, to actually buy 8 of the different brands. All right. So that's number one. We're going to give one of those away today. It's worth $5,000. Number two, we're going to give away 5 BlockBot Pros. All right. Now, if you're brand new, you have no idea what a BlockBot Pro is or why you should have one, but it's the world's first AI and blockchain robot that actually mines these digital rewards, and it does all these activities across all of our blockchains, right? So we'll explain more about that later. We're going to give 5 of those away for $2,500 each. So that's $12,500. And we're also going to be rolling out for the first time today in a very alpha environment. We're going to give licenses to 100 digital U's. We're calling them AI twins. And you'll literally have your own digital twin that you own, that you feed the data in, and it holds all of your best memories, your best data, and it becomes your executive assistant. So I've been holding this out. I've been working behind the scenes. Nobody in here has even seen this thing. It's very alpha. There's a high likelihood that it'll be a little wonky today, which is okay. If you ever remember when Mark Zuckerberg had the Meta glasses when he first launched them and they completely failed, he says, "Hey, Meta, do this," and it completely failed. And then he turns it to the guy who's in the kitchen, and that guy says, "Hey, Meta, I've got all this stuff here. Can you help me make a recipe?" And it completely fails. Or how many of you remember when Elon Musk was demoing the Cybertruck and it's supposed to be bulletproof, and he threw that ball at it and it cracked the window? How many of you remember that? Okay, so there's a high likelihood that our digital U, which is still in alpha, is going to have some issues. I'm going to try to demo it live today. If it works, fantastic. It's worked for me the last couple of days, but who knows? If it doesn't, that's okay, because we're in alpha and we're going to give 100 licenses away to those of you who want to be the world's first to claim and test and help us improve your digital you. So if you like the idea of having your own AI that's on the blockchain, that's decentralized, that can help you manage your life, type in digital twin. Type in digital twin to the chat. So how is all this going to happen? Well, at the end of this, we're simply going to do a raffle. All right. And here's the way it works. Because there's 8 brand presidents presenting, you're going to get 1 point or 1 entry per brand. Everybody can, whether you're on the free or the VIP. If you paid the $29 VIP, we're going to automatically give you an additional 2 entries. So the free people have up to 8 entries. The VIPs have up to 10. That QR code, if you want, you can still register for the $29 VIP, and you'll see on there that you get the recordings, you get additional bonuses, prizes. But here's the good news. Every single one of you has an opportunity to own these digital rewards, because we're giving a lot of them away. We're giving every one of you who showed up for this live, we're actually giving you digital tokens. You just need a Connect account and a wallet, and we can help you with that. All right. So that's that. I've got to do our quick disclaimers here before we dive into the AI presentation. Feel free to screenshot this. All right, I'm going to read a shortened version of this, which is our Win Reward standard disclaimer. Basically, what this says is that Connect does not sell tokens or digital rewards. The Win blockchain, which is governed by Win node owners, is self-governing, and the distribution of Win digital rewards. All right, so screenshot this. We are going to have some forward-looking statements, right? We're going to look into the future. Our goal is to help each and every one of you start to look at where we could take this technology, all right? Everything we're doing here is for your education. When I first learned about this, I invested 6 months flying between Puerto Rico, Hawaii, to look at their products and services and for humanity. So that's there. And then the final one is the disclaimer. Our whole blockchain is governed by a decentralized governance framework. You may or may not know what that means, but we are leading the world in our legal approach to the blockchain. All right. So to make sure that everything is clean and ready to go. Okay. So that being said, are you ready to rock and roll? We've set the stage. How many of you have noticed that AI is disrupting humanity? How many of you have started to use AI? You're starting to recognize that it's changing the way that things operate. All right. Type into the chat AI if you've already been seeing. I see a couple of hands up. Cool. So technology is disrupting humanity faster than most people even recognize. All right. If you missed out on the iPhone 10 years ago or 20 years ago when Apple launched, I get it. You're probably on the consumer side of technology, but don't miss the biggest shift of all. This is a multi-trillion-dollar shift that we're talking about, and AI is just one segment of that market. Take a look at this. Netflix took 41 months to reach 1 million users. Facebook, 10 months. Instagram, 2.5 months. Rippling took 79 days. That was an app company that I helped build back in 2014. We reached 1 million users in 79 days. That was us. But ChatGPT took 5 days to reach 1 million users. It is literally the fastest, most pervasive technology that humankind has ever seen. It surrounded the globe faster than the coronavirus, right? And it reached 100 million users in 2 months. In 2 months, 100 million users. It is by far one of the most disruptive things. And we all know why, right? AI is like having a robot friend who can create new things, right? I've used it for artwork, pictures, music, business plans, marketing strategies, landing pages, writing code. Our team is now writing codes. People who've never written code before, they're using things like ChatGPT and Claude to write code, literally do websites. It's being used for drug discovery, writing patents. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. But there are some downsides to this too. There's benefits, but there's also some downsides. So, what are some of the benefits? Well, number one, you can get more done. Number two, you can make better decisions. And number three, you can reduce mental overload. All right. I don't know about you, but I've got a busy life. I'm involved in multiple projects. I've been a husband for 23 years. I've got a son who's in college. I've got an incredible network of friends and business owners around us. We have very full lives. We travel the world, inspiring people to step up and play a bigger game. But it's a lot. And so I've personally been using AI to help me manage my life, to help me make better health decisions, to help me make better financial decisions. And if you stick around us for a while, you're going to find that we can teach you how to use AI in a safe way to help you live a better life. All right. That's our one of our ultimate goals here. But I will also tell you, there are some challenges. There is a dark side to anything, right? Any technology, and there are some serious problems. If you've heard about deep fakes, right? Or if you heard about security issues where AI is breaking and hacking into people's bank accounts, it's hacking into pretty much every major storage database that's been out there, right? And maybe you've heard that 80% of jobs are going to be displaced in the next 3 to 5 years. Now, I didn't create that stat, but this is what's out there. As a matter of fact, it's white collar jobs that are also being replaced. And so this is having a major environmental, income impact on a lot of families. And maybe you've seen recently where the military has been partnering with the US government, that's partnering with the major tech companies, and they're using AI plus robotics plus military to create a new machine. Okay, that's all I can say at this point. But think about this. We've got one of the most powerful technologies that man has ever created. We have no idea what this thing is going to happen. And we've got it in the in the hands of just a handful of people, right? I was watching that presentation that was done at the White House, where you had Donald Trump and Melania, and you had the 30 top tech CEOs there. You had Mark Zuckerberg there, you had Tim Cook from Apple, you had the boys from Google, and you went around the table, and they made a public commitment to invest trillions of dollars. So Zuckerberg said, I'll put $650 billion into AI data centers, right? And then Tim Cook steps up and the Google guy steps up. Each of these guys committing hundreds of billions of dollars, eventually trillions of dollars to do what? Build these data centers. But guess what that has? It has a downstream impact. It means that you and me, consumers, are no longer first in line for energy. We're not even second in line. First is the data centers, then the corporations, then you as a homeowner. So you're going to start to see exponential financial challenges with a lot of people who can't afford to pay their electric bills. But you're also going to see that AI can destroy trust. There's a great little video, and we can't play it live today because we're live streaming to YouTube. That's against their laws. But we'll give you a link to watch this later. It's about 3 minutes and 36 seconds long, where Gary Vee is saying, hey, we've destroyed trust. There are so many videos of me, Gary Vee, out there saying that things that I never said. Unless it comes, and in this thing, he says, unless it came from my wallet tied to a blockchain where the blockchain can verify that, yes, that's Gary Vee's account. He said, everything else can be considered a fake. Now think about that. When AI starts calling the elderly people and the voice cloning technology is so good that it sounds like their son or daughter that's in a desperate situation, send me money. This is already happening. This is not the future. This is happening now. And you're probably seeing around the world where places like Australia, December 10th of 2025, have required that every single person have a digital ID. Think about this. No one over the age of 16 is allowed to be on social media. So it starts off as, hey, it's for your own good, but think about the amount of control. And I know our Australian friends, we've been talking about this a lot, that this is a first step to ultimate control by a centralized one world government. The United Nations is demanding stronger regulations of social media, right? It's our content, it's our platforms, it's our community. Why should they determine versus the parents whether our kids can be on there or not? I get the risk side of it, right? But the reality is, this is a massive control. And if you haven't tapped into this, you need to start waking up to it because they're now going to start requiring in Australia a digital ID for age verification on search engines like Google. Just for you to be able to Google something, they're going to require your digital AD. It's already happening with travel. It's happening in multiple places. But how many of you have seen this? Type this into the chat. I see Aussie Summit down there. How many of you have seen what's happened as of December 10th in Australia? And by the way, it's not just happening in Australia. All right. How many of you saw this happen months ago where Vietnam citizens had 86 million bank accounts shut down overnight because they would not accept a digital ID? Imagine that. And I, by the way, have been debanked, right? So I actually woke up 11:30 at night. I'm on the phone. I'm next to my wife. And I said, honey, did you shut down our bank accounts? Did you take all of our money out of our business accounts? And she's like, no. And I said, well, guess what? They're at zero. I went into Wells Fargo. They said, oh, we tried to verify your address. I'm like, I've been with you 24 years. I'm a private banking client. You know my address. And like, well, sir, here's a cashier's check. They gave me a cashier's check. They wouldn't even allow me to deposit at their own bank. It was their cashier's check. So the world is getting wonky. Things are changing. And how many of you have heard about this? London requiring a digital ID for you to be able to enter into a grocery store and buy food. Anybody heard about this? Well, here's the good news. This is actually fake news. Okay. This is fake news. But I don't think it's long before centralized AI is working with every single government to have all of your data, have all the control, whether it's OpenAI, Grok, Claude, Perplexity, Gemini, you name it. Guess what? We have a solution. And later today, you're going to hear more about this solution called BlockBot AI, the world's first blockchain AI robot that actually works for you, that you own, that gives you digital rewards, can help you manage your life, but your data is secure. So I ask you, why are you really here? This is a question I love to ask, not just here on this live event, but why did you come to this planet? Why did you take physical form at this time, the most transformational time in technology? Well, sometimes it's hard to connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that these dots will somehow connect in your future. When I look back over my last 30 years of building disruptive technology companies like the world's first virtual tour company we took public back in 1999. If you've seen a home online, that's because of us. We grew that from 6 employees to 1,500 in a year. That one technology changed the way the world viewed real estate. Shortly after that, what happened? Steve Jobs comes out with the iPhone. Okay. Pretty incredible piece of technology. But look at this. When was that? It was June 28th of 2007. It was $500 and you could only get it on an AT&T contract. This is a picture of the Vatican shortly after that. Look at the difference between 2005 at the Vatican and 2013. Pervasive technology, another structural shift. When I saw that, I said, let's build an app that connects the world. It was called Rippling, and we grew that app to 1 million people in 79 days. Technology has the ability to change our realities. After that, I built another company that grew to another 55 countries and helped people learn how to become happier, healthier, and wealthier by gamifying life. Last piece here is that I'm actually standing in the studio that years ago, my friend and I, Jonathan Budd, went down to the Amazon rainforest, worked with the indigenous tribe to help them protect their rainforest, and formed a company called Power. We're in the Power studio coming to you live today because Power was built to disrupt and decentralize energy, and they were kind enough to let us use this platform to reach back out again to humanity and help humanity shift not only energy, but food, healthcare, banking, mining, transportation, communications, and AI. My friends, this is a disruptive time. Today, you're going to get to hear from some amazing impact CEOs that are ready to go shift the world, but we need support. Everything starts with the power of one person. And as I mentioned earlier today, Tony Swantek, the gentleman you see on the right in the blue shirt, Tony was speaking on stage after me when I was talking about what if we could go change the world? What if we could gather the world's best CEOs and go disrupt them and fund them, capitalize them? He says to me, you need to fly to Puerto Rico to meet the gentleman who is in the plaid shirt. All right. So the gentleman there is Wright Thurston. You're going to hear from Wright later talking about our charity called Give. He is the mastermind behind a lot of this. He's been a champion of these projects from the very origin. And I cannot believe that one day I flew to Puerto Rico. We left the Super Bowl, had a meeting with these gentlemen that you see right here. Dr. Fab is the gentleman in the black. I was on his stage when Tony said, you need to fly to Puerto Rico, meet this guy, Wright. And within 15 minutes, I showed the vision of Impact CEOs. Wright showed me his vision of the Blockbot metaverse of all of these blockchains that had already been built to disrupt humanity. So when you ask yourself, why are you here? Hopefully it's because you want to be a part of a global initiative to change the world. Here is our big purpose: to help humanity reset our operating systems. I'm talking about energy, food, healthcare, banking, mining, transportation, so that every one of us, all 8 billion of us, can win the game of life. If you want to win the game of life, if you want to be happier, healthier, and wealthier, type win game of life into the chat. You're going to hear us talk about our core values at a later date, but we believe in making an impact, connecting humanity, learning, constantly learning, giving, rewarding, and recognizing everything we do. We're looking for ways to give more away, and we believe in transparency. Our vision, really simple. Our first step is to connect 1 billion connectors. We call anybody who's on our social platform connectors. And guess what? We own this. Then we figure about 100 million of those will use our products and services. They'll buy our regenerative farmed food. They'll offset their energy bill using our Power Pay, which makes their electric bill go to zero, and they earn digital rewards. They'll use our incredible communication platform called Rally to be able to connect with their friends and family around the world instead of using a centralized technology called Zoom. So 100 million users of products and services, and 1 million Blockbot owners, people like you, people like me, who say, I want a decentralized future. And then 10,000 impact Blockbots, just like the people I introduced you up here. They've decided to help just 4 people learn about AI, learn about blockchain, become a part of this blockchain railroad we're building around the world. So in final piece here, we are on a mission. We're on a mission to connect and reward purpose-driven people. That's you, by the way. If you're a purpose-driven person, you're in the right spot. We're on a mission to connect and to reward purpose-driven people to what? To impact projects through AI and blockchain technology so that together we can create a better future. And my friends, I can't think of anybody that I'm more proud to bring up than our first blockchain president. He is an incredible human, incredible individual. I've gotten to know him over the last couple of years. He also was invited into this conversation, did not know this core group of people, but he was already working on a solution to help humanity have better food. Not just so that we could eat better, healthy food, but so that it would actually be helpful to the farmers. Right now, there's a big challenge in the world with farmers. They're having a challenge financially. They can't afford to do what they do. But this next gentleman you're going to meet, Will Taylor, is an incredible man. He is absolutely committed to changing the world and what we consume as far as food and how that whole system operates. So here's what I'm going to ask. It's going to be a 4-hour event. I'm going to ask everyone to stand up. Let's do a quick little break. I want everybody to stand up. We're going to give a round of applause to my friend and the Grow brand president, Mr. Will Taylor. Help me bring him to the stage, everybody. Give him a huge hand. Woo!
Thank you, everyone. One of the best welcomes to the stage is just staring at the chat. And I see Jimmy Sapp saying, just bought food with Grow tokens. Their honey and beef is awesome, the very best. It's amazing. Today, we're going to talk about food. We're going to talk about nourishment. But I need you guys to go to the chat. Let's just wake up the chat for a minute. Go put in what you had for breakfast. Okay, think about it. I'm going to come back to make you think about your food a little bit later today. But go put what you had for breakfast today. Good. I got quiche, protein shake, corn and oats, juice. Amazing. All right, everyone. Welcome to the Grow blockchain. The Grow blockchain is here to harness blockchain technology to nourish people, animals, and the planet. Our mission is to nourish the entire world, not just us as human beings, as the stewards of this planet, but also the soil, the atmosphere, the animals, the plants. Everything that goes into that comes down to us. And our mission is to bridge the tradition of the past with the technology of today so that we can truly nourish it. And our vision is to decentralize the global agriculture and farming industry. And the reason that that's so important is because right now, it looks something like this. There's 10 centralized companies that control the entire industry. Now, coming out of the Great Depression, that solved a lot of things, right? We have global distribution of food. There's almost nowhere in the world where we can't get some kind of nourishment to. However, I want you to look at this graph on the screen, and I want you to try to look into some of those food items that you see. And I want you to think about the ingredients that may be in some of those foods. I want you to look at the pictures and see how many pictures of apples, beef, cherries, bananas. Do you see those? Now, one of the problems that's been created with this centralized system is we've gone away from what actual nourishment is. We're not feeding ourselves, we're not feeding the soil, we're not feeding the things that we are supposed to be stewards of well. And we have to change that. And what we're talking about today and what you just heard Jim describe was an entirely new way of doing things so that we can create a decentralized system and solve the problems that the current centralized system has created. And we have to do that by thinking about two groups of people. And every single person listening to this right now is going to fit into one of these two groups. So the first group is farmers. And we have to make the producers, the farmers, and the ranchers the hero of the story again. When you think about that last slide, who are the producers? Who created that food? Do you know who they are? No, we're completely separate from that. The second group of people we have to think about is the people who eat. And luckily, all of you already put your breakfast in the chat. Everybody has to eat. Yes, you may be able to go fast. In fact, I know some people on this call that have gone 20, 40 days without eating. But after that, you got to eat. Everybody has to nourish our bodies, our minds, and our souls. Okay? And so we want to make producers the hero of the story again, and we want to return our confidence and trust in the quality and source of our food. Now, I want to do a little bet with you guys. Okay? So I want everybody to think. Give me a minute. I need about a minute of your thinking caps on, and we're going to do a little bet. You already thought about your breakfast, but now I want you to think about the last 3 days, okay? Think about the liquids you consumed, the water that you ate. Think about the food that you put into your body. Okay, you got that? Now I want you to think about if you know what the ingredients were of the foods that you ate. Okay, do you know what it was? Or was it some long science word that you have no idea how to pronounce? As you think about that, do you know where it came from? Do you know the producer? Do you know the rancher? Do you know who actually put the blood, sweat, and tears into growing that and getting it to your table and into your body? Now, my almost guarantee is that nobody can win that bet right now. And I could guarantee it because I've done this presentations to thousands of people all over the world, and I've yet to lose the bet. But the beautiful thing is in our lifetime and in our children's lifetimes, we're going to be able to lose that bet because we have the technology to bring everything together, okay? But we have to think differently to do it, and it's going to take all of us coming together. I love this quote by Henry Ford. He said, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. Today, we're sitting here looking at a new frontier, a new world ahead of us. And the thing that we have to break is some of our old patterns, the patterns that create centralization and separateness. We're not building a faster horse. We're actually doing something entirely different. And we're moving into a new world, a new way of thinking. Web 1 was the information economy. Think of Google, all right? Most of us on here have used Google or a search engine. You got on. All of a sudden, we had all this information at our fingertips, okay? Then we moved into the platform economy. We're using it right now. We're on a platform, whether that's Zoom or YouTube, that we're leveraging to get this message out into the world. However, us, the creators and the consumers that are using these platforms, we don't own it, we don't control it, and we don't really have a say in where it goes, how our data is used, how the profits are used, and it's really not bringing us to a good place. And so we moved to Web 3. And the way I want you to think about this is the ownership economy. This is how the producers and the consumers come together, and that everyone that takes positive actions into the world, we own it. We get to decide what the future says, not be told by some centralized system what we're going to do. That's the world that we're moving into. And who are we? When we think about ourselves, we are pioneers. We're the ones. We're the ones that have to go out and change it. And the reason that I like to bring this up is this is the key to the new system. Many of us wait around. We wait to be told what to do. We wait for somebody to say, this is the way to do it. That's not the way this system works. If we want to solve the problems that we're talking about today, every single one of us are going to have to lift where we stand. We're going to have to put in the work to actually make the change, to go from a centralized system to a blockchain. Where, like this graphic on the right, every single colored dot is one of us. It's an owner, it's an operator, it's someone creating positive actions into the system. And so what is this blockchain thing that we're talking about? What is this decentralized system? We know that a problem exists. We know that we have to change it. But blockchain provides the cornerstones for that. It's publicly shared, it's immutable, meaning it's transparent and everyone can see it moves forward. And then what it does very simply is it records transactions and tracks assets. And on the Grow blockchain, a blockchain for all agriculture-related products and services, we create that for the entire agriculture world based around the mission to nourish the world. And there's a ton of ways that we can use this, okay? But when you think about these blockchains today, I want you to think of them as the center. They're this new railroad that we get to build on. And then everything outside are the cars that get to be built on top of it. And I want to talk very briefly today about some of the really cool cars that are currently running on the Grow blockchain. First is Farm Tracer. Farm Tracer was built. This was my introduction into the agriculture world. My best friend from college was a third-generation farmer, and he called me one day, and he said, I'm putting millions of dollars into our farm to create the most sustainable regenerative practices, and nobody cares. Can you help me find a way to show that? And so we started it over 10 years ago, and it's brought us here today. So that we could take the farming of yesterday and move it to the farming of today. We've been farming animals and plants have been growing on the earth from the very beginning. That's yesterday. Today looks like this, where we can bridge that tradition of the past and connect it with the best technologies of today, which are blockchain, AI, and crypto. And so what Farm Tracer does is it leverages farm data, the positive actions taking on the farm. It runs that through AI aggregation, and then it takes that data, puts it on the blockchain, and allows us to provide transparency for the world of what's happening. So that the best producers that are taking those practices to nourish the world and us who want that the best food possible, we can actually know where it's coming from and see where it goes. Now, as part of that process, we actually have a product called EcoMint. And what EcoMint does is it takes the positive actions of farmers, takes their data, can create accreditation for them, and create new revenue sources for them. One of the partner farms, the one I was just talking about, got a $27 million check wired to them in the last month because of the efforts that they have taken and the way that we're going forward. So not only does this nourish the world, but it actually puts the power and the economy back in with the farmers so that all of us can actually have a true nourished marketplace where we're connected with the origins of our food and not just knowing where it came from, but being connected and aware of what went into getting it there. Because if we truly want to change the things that we see going forward in the world, we have to know what's happened. We have to understand the past. We have to understand all of the actions that happen in the process. And with that awareness, we can go out and truly change the world. And so that we move from a centralized system into a blockchain system. And if anything that I've said has resonated with you today, and you want to know more, blockchain is this big, expansive thing. I remember when I got into it. Jim mentioned I got invited to this meeting, the same place that picture that he was at. And I heard the word blockchain, I heard the word decentralization, and I heard the word AI, and I had no idea how to do it. In fact, I was coming from an industry where I helped people with their health. I owned gyms. I coached people all over the world, and I knew that food was the key, but I didn't know how to connect all of the dots. And I would imagine that many of you sitting here today don't know how to connect all the dots either. But the first dot that needs to be connected is just being here today listening. The next one is taking the actions to go forward, learn more, learn what the next actions are, and continue to walk forward with faith, knowing that the vision is here. And not only has the vision been here and we have it going forward, but the technology is here. And when we bridge those two things together, everything starts to change. And so if anything that I've said has resonated with you today, and you want to help nourish not only yourself, but the planet, the animals, the plants, the atmosphere, the soil that we have the pleasure of walking on every single day, then join us. Every single week, we're going to add more. We're going to grow our community. And at the QR code on the screen, you can join us. And we're going to dive way deeper into all of the things that we're going to do. And so that you can find your place. Your place may be on stage with me next time. Your place may be in Australia or India or South America. talking to farmers, talking to consumers, talking to grocery stores. I don't know what it is, but we're going to help you find that. And when we all come together and we do it as a community, then everything will start to shift. That's Grow, guys. Let's make sure we go out and nourish the world.
Thank you, Will. Well done, and Steve. All right, let's give Will Taylor a huge round of applause. And I know many of you are part of the Grow community. Do me a favor, type it in the chat one thing that you loved or one thing you took away from that presentation. I remember the first time I heard about Grow, I literally could see regenerative farms across the world feeding our local communities. And I thought, this is incredible. And then I sat down and had a Wagyu steak at that same place called Koa down in Dorado Beach. And I'm like, I have no idea if this is actually Wagyu. Like, how do I know? But knowing that they've got AI technology writing that data to the blockchain, and I can QR code that and see where my food was incredible, whether it's animal or plant. It's absolutely incredible. So how many of you eat food on a daily basis? It's a massive industry. It's every one of us, right? Well, here's the thing. Most people also use energy. And they don't think about it because that light just goes on, right? That refrigerator keeps things cold, maybe even empowers your vehicle. Like we've got a Tesla. And I love that I don't have to go to a gas station. I just go out to my garage and my car's fully charged. It's fantastic, whether you're using solar to do that or whatever. But most people don't realize how important energy is. They have no clue that when energy stops, and if you've had a brownout or a blackout for a day or two or three, or maybe some of the hurricanes or fires have hit your area or floods, all of a sudden you start to recognize when your phones don't work, when those lights don't go on, when your AC doesn't kick in, when that refrigerator isn't keeping food cold, 2 to 3 days of that, and you realize there is a big difference between the third world and the first world. And guess what it is? It's energy. That's it. It is absolutely one of the things that will lift communities out of poverty or keep them there. And the gentleman I'm about to introduce you to is an incredible humanitarian. He's also a pretty cool snowboarder, right? He's from Utah, and he is so passionate about this next project that I don't think there's anybody better on the planet to talk about this, because Stephen Waters has committed his life and his energy since the beginning of this next blockchain you're going to talk about. And what you're going to find out is that someday you may get a calling. You may get a calling that says, I'm here to play a bigger game. I'm here to step up and to donate my time, my talents, my energy, my skill set, my passion to shift something. Maybe it's in your life, maybe it's your community, maybe it's the world. Steve Waters is one of those individuals, and I am honored to call him a friend. I'm honored to know that he is leading green into the next era where every single one of us is going to have the opportunity to actually change the way that energy operates on this planet and reduce our electric bills. By the way, type into the chat if your electric bill has gone up over the last year or two or three. We're here in San Diego, California. It's gone up 256% just in the last year and a half here in San Diego, California. So there isn't a more important conversation in the world to help people start to shift to a cleaner, greener, better financial future through the green blockchain. So let's stand up, everybody. Let's give Steve Waters a huge round of applause and bring him out to the stage. My friend, Mr. Steve Waters with Green. Come on, brother.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm literally with family. I'm looking around this huge, massive screen, this incredible studio, and I see so many people that I know and have had so many experiences with. I love this. This is incredible. Seeing the chat, see Jimmy in there, Christine. This is awesome. So every single day, billions of people wake up asking one burning question that's weighing on their heart and their mind. Have I done enough to get through today? Food on the table, rent paid, lights on. That's survival, right? But let's be honest, survival was never the dream. Becoming who you are, who you were born to be, and lifting others as you rise. Purpose, creativity, impact. That's thriving, right? And every one of those things rests on a foundation most people never think about. Energy. Not long ago, Boston University studied the relationship between energy access and the quality of life. The data is undeniable. More electricity per person directly correlates with better health, education, income, and opportunity. Just look at this chart. On the left, quality of life, horizontal, across the bottom, the amount of energy that someone uses. And you can quickly see in this picture the impact that energy can have on people's lives. Right now, 730 million people live with no access to electricity at all. These aren't statistics. They're people full of unrealized potential. But here's what most people are missing. This isn't just a developing world problem. In fact, MIT classifies over 100 million Americans as energy poor. Families are being forced into impossible choices. On the one hand, heat. On the other hand, food. Power or medicine. Right now, 1 in 3 US households skipped basic necessities last year just to pay energy bills. This isn't darkness. This is economic suffocation. And it's getting worse fast. Check out this article I found from Bloomberg. AI data centers are sending power bills soaring. In some regions, wholesale electricity costs are up 267%. This is crazy. This will blow your mind. It blew my mind when I saw this. But a single AI prompt can consume enough electricity to power a light bulb for an hour. Now, think about that yourself. Not using AI isn't an option, right? I'm using it all day long. And I start thinking about that. That's a lot of electricity. But here's the truth. Our centralized energy system is still built like it was 1925. And layered on top are executives, traders, and shareholders, engineered to extract value and not return it. So the question isn't if the grid breaks. The question is, who owns what comes next? Energy is decentralizing, whether utilities like it or not. The only unanswered question is whether ownership stays centralized or moves back to the people. Green isn't a company. It isn't a stock. It's not built on hype. It's infrastructure owned by the people. That's all of us who are using it. The green blockchain is powered by everyday people. A lot of you, I know a lot of you, are operating these nodes. And they secure the network. They verify transactions. They keep everything transparent. No salaries, no bloated boardrooms, and no shareholders siphoning the value. But here's the key distinction, and this really matters. The token isn't valuable because people trade it. It's valuable because people use it. As long as people want lower power bills, the system's going to require the green token, creating continuous real-world demand driven by utility. So last April, a lot of you, many of you, in the green community launched something big energy never will. It's called PowerPay. And through PowerPay, Green helps pay your monthly power bill, saving users 25, 50, even 100%. Now, this only works because value flows back to the community instead of disappearing into corporate profit. This is token utility that you can feel every single month. If you're using PowerPay, put it in the chat. Look, I got Scott Touchton. I see Jimmy Sapp. Oh, yeah. Roy down in Jamaica. Aussie, you bet. Oh, my gosh, you guys are blowing it up. All my power payers. I love this. I love it. It makes me so happy because I know it's making an impact in people's lives, literally changing lives. So PowerPay is in open beta right now, but we're expanding and deliberately. We're opening up 1,000 new PowerPay user spots. And I'll be walking through exactly how it works in a live webinar next week. And I hope that you'll join me. I really do. It's the coolest thing. In the words of the famous Steve Jobs, I love this. It really just hits home, truly, for this community. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules. They have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. About the only thing you can't do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as crazy ones, we see genius, because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. If you like what you heard today and you want to make an impact that literally affects everybody on planet Earth, come join us. Let's set power free. That's my message.
All right, my friend. Thank you, brother. Let's give Steve Waters a huge hand, everybody. Amazing community member. Thank you, brother. I'll take that. And are you excited about shifting energy? How many of you can see that we could go disrupt humanity, not only food and energy, but soon you're going to hear about something that blew my mind. When I first heard this, I couldn't believe that there's a whole industry that I've been using that I wasn't even aware of. So we're going to talk about that in a second. But first, we want to roll a quick video from another one of our amazing community members. And you're going to hear the word community member a lot. I'm a community member, right? Steve is a community member. Will Taylor, everybody you're going to see here has chosen to contribute and participate in some way, shape, or form. So we're going to roll a video of Jake Dietrich. And I just asked Jake, I said, hey, listen, you've been around these blockchain projects for a while. They changed your life financially. You worked in the the energy industry. As a matter of fact, he actually worked in a coal energy environment. And now he's transitioned to just working with us full-time on the blockchain. So let's roll that video, and then I'll be back with our next brand president.
Hey, everyone. My name's Jake Dietrich, and I want to bring you through my blockchain journey. So those that know me know I used to absolutely despise crypto. And that's because I come from a traditional blue collar background. I was a power plant operator. I traded stocks, options, futures. And because of that, I was listening to the loudest voices in finance at the time. In 2015, I watched Bitcoin from a distance, thinking that's just another internet scam that people are buying into. But by 2019, I realized I should have been looking into this. I was looking at everything through the wrong filter. Crypto wasn't a gimmick. It was a technology with an actual purpose and an underlying infrastructure. That's what I was missing. Luckily, I had a friend basically force me to open a wallet. He sent me some crypto and insisted I learn. And I learned from the best. That was this community right here. I dove into the blockchain, the true backbone beneath the hype. The more I learned about ownership, participation, and the promise of decentralized trust, the more I've realized I found a movement bigger than myself. So I joined an early project, I ran 4 nodes, and I watched a technology mature in real time. I watched the world reach critical mass on our project, not as a spectator, but as a participant. That journey brought me remarkable experiences, from world travel, conversations with people I once admired from afar. Those moments reminded me why I started in the first place. But those highlights weren't the true spotlight. That was being able to lift others up. I was able to help my parents prepare for retirement, paid off their 15-year home and mechanic shop mortgages, and they now have the freedom to choose their future. Now, I can't guarantee what the future may look like for mass adoption in other decentralized ecosystems, but I do know I found my tribe. People united by a shared vision to fix broken systems with something fundamental: true ownership, real participation, and practical human centered change in a multitude of industries. And there's a lot more momentum now, a much larger community voice. So today, I'm a full-time blockchainer dedicated to bringing this technology into the hands of the world so communities everywhere can empower themselves and bring sustainable change. Blockchain isn't about hype. It's about returning power to the people, the power to transact, to trust, to build a better future where revenue of products and services flows back to the participants. If you're listening to this and wondering whether it's real, take a step like I did. Open a wallet, learn, engage, and join us. The world is changing, and with blockchain, we're changing it together.
Thank you so much, Jake. I appreciate you, my friends. Yeah, I see people applauding. Jake recorded that. He couldn't be here in studio today, but an amazing community member. If you are a part of our academies where you're learning about AI and blockchain, you're going to get to meet Jake, Scott T, affectionately known as Skippy T, Scott Touchton, and some amazing people. So, continuing our trend here, by the way, you'll see this slide up here, Impact Energy. Reminder, this is how you get into the raffle. So you can QR this right now with your phone. I'll give you a minute to do this. You put your name, your email, and your phone number in there. It's going to give you one entering into the drawing. We had it up at the beginning of the grow slide, but we didn't have it on the end slide. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give everybody a mulligan on that and give you a point for grow. We're going to give you a point for green. And pretty soon we'll keep rocking and rolling. That's your chance to win all of the amazing stuff at the end of this. So if you're loving this, type into the chat, loving it, or if you're filling out your QR code, that's totally cool. Speaking of loving, this next gentleman that I'm going to introduce you to is a husband. He's a father of 5 beautiful children. He is so committed to making an impact that he actually was willing to risk his life for what you're about to hear. Now, you may recognize him. He was one of the 2 stars of a hit show on Discovery called Jungle Gold. And I never got a chance to watch that when I was up, but I went through and watched some videos. And it's incredible, this whole industry that is impacting every one of us. I remember the first time that I heard this brand president, Scott Lomu, tell me about his mission and tell me about his vision. And he stood in front of the room and he said, every one of us is part of the problem. If you have a smartphone, if you have a computer, if you have any kind of electronic device, the odds are 100% that you're a part of the problem, meaning there's rare earth elements that are inside of there. I had never considered that. I never thought that because of my first world activities, I was affecting people in other countries that weren't as fortunate as us. People that literally are sending their children and their women into these toxic mines to try to bring rare earth minerals so that I have the convenience of making a call in my Tesla, driving down the highway at 75 miles an hour. I never considered that before. Every one of us is part of the problem. But here's the good news. We can all be a part of the solution. And this gentleman right here, as you get to know him, you're going to find that his heart is as big as his body. He's an incredible human. He's an incredible dad. He's been leading the mission here at Element. And his goal is to help all of us keep more of those rare earth elements into the ground. But if we have to bring them out, he's going to disrupt that whole industry. And we're all going to be rewarded for doing it in a sustainable, ethical, and just way. So my friends, please stand up. I'm not going to bring them out until everybody's standing up. Please stand up and help me welcome our next brand president, Mr. Scott Lomu, to the stage. Here we go. You're welcome, brother. You got it, man. Light them up. Green buttons here.
Thank you. In the summer of 2014, I found myself deep in the heart of the West African jungle. I was with my local companion and we were on a hunt. We were searching for an excavator that had been stolen from our site and illegally rented to another mining claim. We'd heard where the site was, and so on a narrow, dangerous road through a thick jungle canopy, we traversed for hours searching for this site. Soon, the jungle, the thick canopy ended, and what lay before us was shocking and horrifying. As we brought our truck up out of the jungle, we looked out, and what we saw looked otherworldly. It looked like the surface of the moon. Every tree, every brush, every blade of grass had been stripped from the ground, and it looked like something out of a movie. In the middle of this desolation, as far as the eye could see, was a pit, a hole that had been dug with my excavator and others, about the size of 2 or 3 acres and about 20 feet deep. Inside this pit was a sea of humanity. Hundreds of men, women, and children, all with hand-carved wooden buckets or big black plastic buckets, sifting through the dirt, trying to separate the overburden from the gold-laden material. And as all these kids and women and children would fill their buckets and they would sort through it, every once in a while, one of them would walk up out of the pit, and they would go and they would meet a man who had a bucket, and he sat on a chair with a bucket, and there was water in the bucket, and the people would dump the material into this bucket. Well, this man then produced from his pocket a small plastic bag, and in this bag was mercury. And he slowly unwrapped the bag. You can see pictures of the exact event here. And he dumped the mercury into this bucket. And by hand, he stuck his hand in there and he started washing the material with the mercury for about 30 minutes. And what the mercury did is that mercury binds to the gold. And so it makes it easier for them to find the gold in the bucket because now it's attached to all this mercury. And so over time, he would sift out the bucket until all that was left, you can see in the bottom of that bucket on the left, was a gold and mercury mixture. Then he produced an orange handkerchief. You can see it in the picture there. And he spread out the handkerchief like this, and he dumped the gold and mercury mixture into the handkerchief, okay? And then he would take it, and he would form it into a ball. And then he would take that orange handkerchief and squeeze as hard as he could. And as he squeezed, the mercury would seep out. And then, to ensure that he got all the mercury out, he took this, put it in his mouth, sucked as hard as he could, and spit the mercury out onto the ground. But it gets much worse. After he took this mercury-covered gold ball out, he walked it over to a fire, and he put it in the fire to burn off the rest of the mercury. But to make sure that the gold didn't melt, he hovered over the fire and watched it and breathed in the mercury fumes until all that was left was a gold ball. He then placed that gold ball on a ledger that you can see there. That's the actual ball, and showed it to me like a trophy. Now, I said that when we pulled up and saw this site that it was shocking and horrifying, but it wasn't shocking and horrifying to me. I had seen this site hundreds of times. I had been in Ghana for about 2 years at this point and had witnessed this exact act many, many times. And there's a little dirty hidden secret in the mining world. This scene that you're seeing before me happens thousands of times a day in dozens of countries all over the world. And nobody knows about it because the mining industry doesn't want you to know that a large percentage of all the mining that happens in the gold and cobalt, silver, any industry that you can think of is mined by children, is mined with great environmental destruction, is corrupt, exploits the locals. They have to tear down all their cocoa plantations to dig up the gold that's under the ground. And all of these things are happening every single day all over the world. Now, if you see this picture here and you knew that this is the mine where your cobalt comes from so that you can have a rechargeable battery in your phone or so that you can drive an electric vehicle, would you be less likely to have a phone or to drive a vehicle? Well, this is exactly where your cobalt comes from. This is a mine in the Congo, and all these mines in the Congo that have all of this cobalt so that we can have our rechargeable batteries, this is where it comes from. And no, this is the secret that the mining industry doesn't want you to know about, because then you would demand change. I found out about all of this as I was mining in Ghana. By a weird set of circumstances, I ended up on Discovery Channel on a TV show called Jungle Gold. All of the things that I talk about can be verified. You can go to Hulu or you can go online to YouTube and you can see exactly what I'm talking about because I experienced it. In fact, I was a part of the problem. When I got to Ghana, I just thought that's how business is done out here. That's how the mining industry works. And part of me, I turned my head too, because you know what? I like my phone too. But this is what it takes for you to have a phone. This is how many countries have to be involved. This is how many different minerals are involved. This is what it takes for you to have jewelry. And because we value these things so much, we forget about the bottom of the supply chain. We forget about who's paying the price for all these technologies that we love. But this is the reality. This is what is happening all over the world so that we can have the modern conveniences that we have. And then one day, after I had left Africa, I was told about the blockchain. I was asked specifically a question: what can the blockchain do to help the mining industry? And first I said, what the hell is the blockchain? And then after it was explained to me, I realized, oh my gosh, and I had an epiphany. And I realized that if the blockchain can verify information, track and trace, make sure that information is trusted, verify things from the source, similar to what Will talked about with Grow, to where you can actually prove provenance and prove that something was mined ethically, all the way down to the supply chain to your finger. Once I saw that, an idea struck, and I said, we can certify the mine. We can use the blockchain. We can find out who the trusted people are. We can actually make a deal with the mine and get them to come into our certification process. We can go out and actually have partnerships with mining companies. We can meet with government officials. And we have done all that and have created the Stryer Registry, which allows companies to register themselves as one of the good guys. 22 years ago, when people were all up in arms about blood diamonds, they came up with a process. It was a paper process that supposedly has gotten rid of all the blood diamonds in the world, but it's a flawed process. Why? Because it's a paper process. The blockchain allows us to create a digital ledger. When that gold ball was handed to me on that man's paper ledger, so he wrote down how much it weighed. From then on, nobody knows where that gold went into a global supply chain, and it's probably on one of your fingers right now. And you had no idea that it came at great cost environmentally and to harm to villages and to people. But now, using blockchain technology, we have the technology to track and trace. Element is transforming elements into sustainable crypto solutions. We are living through a new digital age. The old ways are done. We can now, using the same blockchain technology, digitize and monetize anything. We have been approached by dozens and dozens of mines that have asked us to create tokens for their assets that are still in the ground. This is mind-boggling. This is a revolutionary that allows us to now be able to give miners and mining companies another option to be able to monetize their mine without having to pull these things up out of the ground. And so through the tokenization process, we can tokenize anything. We now have ownership and partnerships in gold mines, jade mines, oil, you name it, and we can tokenize it. We have been approached with trillions of dollars of assets that allow us now, because of new blockchain technology, to digitize and tokenize anything. It creates new opportunity for these mining companies. But it's not just for the mining companies, it's for all of us. We can deal with the masses with blockchain technology. Every ring, every watch, everything that you own should have its digital counterpart. We live in a digital age. We now have NFTs that tell the story of your ring. This is one of the NFTs we created for one of our girls, Amy. This is her dad's watch. This ring shows provenance, where it came from. It has a video attached to it that tells a story for her posterity. It allows us to attach this ownership to her through the serial number. We live in this digital age, and it's only going to get more and more in that direction. So this NFT is for the masses. We have partnerships with incredible jewelry companies who are going to offer our NFTs to everybody so that you can buy with confidence. That NFT will say where the gold came from, where the diamond came from, and everything can now, all real world assets can have its digital counterpart. We're even tokenizing carbon credits. We just sold out completely one of our first carbon credit projects because carbon credits can be created on these mining sites, and carbon credits must be on the blockchain because it's an area with a ton of fraud. And all of this is powered by ELMT. If you are part of our blockchain and you're running a node, you know that you're getting rewarded for running a node. Everything that we do will be purchased with the ELMT token. You can buy gold and get a rebate. You can buy carbon credits. The heirloom NFT you can buy with ELMT. We have jewelry store partners who accept ELMT. You can pay for your certifications. These companies will pay for their certifications in ELMT. You can swap ELMT with other tokens. You can even buy swag with ELMT. And so This economy is powered by a utility token, a true utility token that is solving the problem at the mine, all the way through the supply chain, and then verifying it on your finger. And so, in closing here, this time goes by fast. I don't want you to view the ELMT token as a store of value. And I know some of you are saying, wait, what? That's the only reason I have this token. But rather think of it this way. I want you guys to view ELMT as a representation of your values. And if you do that, you'll start to feel and understand what we're trying to accomplish at Element United. The problems are massive. These are problems we don't want to talk about. Now, listen, these problems, they're much broader. I have just scratched the surface of what the problems are and what the solutions are. So join us. Please scan this QR code and join us next week for a webinar where we are going to go deep dive. If you think I shocked you with the problems you heard about, just wait. And if you think I impressed you with the solutions that we just talked about, just wait. My name is Scott Lomu, and we are Element United. Thank you.
Well done, brother. Well done. Thank you for being you. All right, let's give Scott Loma a huge hand. How many of you feel better now that you know the problem and that we have solutions? Say aye. I think it's incredible. I didn't even, I wasn't aware of what was happening around the other world because I wasn't connected to that, right? I think that's why our next speaker who's coming up, we're going to bring him up live from remote. Unfortunately, he had some challenges flying in, but this next brand president has got a communication platform that I think is going to be more disruptive than Zoom. And when I said, we didn't know about certain things, how many of you ever since COVID have found it easier to connect with people across the world and to get messages out, maybe to connect with family members, see new opportunities, things like this, right? So technology is pervasive in our lives. And this next brand president, a gentleman by the name of Darren Kidd, I met Darren a couple years ago. Darren had a thriving career in multiple businesses. You're going to see that he's got tons of energy. He's got tons of passion. And he has literally invited thousands and thousands of people to learn about this AI, learn about these blockchain projects, and he lifts up everybody's spirits. He is the king of communication, and it's appropriate that he has built a communication platform that has already reached almost every single country out there. I know he's got some exciting stuff to do. So Darren, my friend, I'm super excited to have you here. I wish you were here on stage with us, but I know that the weather had a different plan for you. So brother, just want to check in. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, awesome, my man. Good to see you, and thanks for having me.
You got it, man. Well, the floor is yours, buddy. I'll see you when we close out.
All right. Well, I'm looking on the screen, and I'm like, wow, I don't really need to be that big, but it is what it is. But listen, Scott did a great job, and the only difference in Scott and me is he is famous on TV. I'm only famous in my own mind and not really that famous. So a great job on that. But definitely excited for all of you. I'm very grateful to be here. Do me a favor, put in the chat one thing you're grateful for. So many times we have so many things that are stressing us out. We're adding up our problems instead of just counting the blessings. So what's one thing you're grateful for? Please put it in the chat. And for those of you that are sitting here today thinking, man, this is kind of overwhelming. I really don't understand what blockchain is, how all of this stuff works. Welcome to the club. That was me 2 years ago when I first heard about this. But that resistance is what caused me to pay attention. Because how many of you agree they don't tell us in school, teach us, hey, here's how you recognize the next big trend, the next big opportunity. Here's how you make a major impact in not only your community, your country, but the world. They don't teach us that. But we know, or I knew from watching very successful people that did those things, that when you have that resistance, when things are ridiculed and people are laughing at it and people don't understand it, that's exactly when you want to get involved, because that's where the opportunity is. How many of us know someone we're like, how in the world did that person have so much success? They're not that great, right? As far as like their talent, their abilities, sometimes there's a bigger T than the T in talent. It's the T in timing. And sometimes I'd rather be in the right place than be smart. And when it comes to the blockchain, when it's growing faster than the internet in 1996, when it's one of the fastest, blockchain is one of the fastest adopted technologies in history. When I saw the World Economic Forum going, listen, it's going to disrupt $867 trillion in traditional businesses, I'm like, that's when you pay attention. Even though I'm uncomfortable, even though I didn't understand it, I started digging in and I found out this, Will did a great job talking about Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, and all of us have the ability to position ourselves and make a big difference and a big impact. And so let's talk about R-Link. And thanks to you, we have become one of the most viral blockchain projects in history. So we're going to talk about the future of AI-powered communication and commerce, decentralized, empowered, and global. And once again, if you think of AI, like how many of us 2 years ago, we could be in a room and go, how many of you have used AI? And there were people in the room, hardly no one raised their hand. And then people like, no way, I'm staying away from that. Well, today, if you ask that same question in a room, every single person has their hand raised, or they don't know they're using AI, they should raise their hand. So let's get right into it. The centralized prison. If you look at this graphic, okay, it's like we're puppets. How did we ever get, one of the biggest aha moments in my life is finding out that we can be enslaved by the environment or the people around us or the systems that we're used to and not even know it. Because when you look at Zoom, when you look at Google, when you look at Meta, right, Facebook, they own, here we are, we pay them, they collect our data, they monetize our data, and we're paying to allow them to do it. And then not only that, we're going to bring our friends and our family and go, hey, why don't you come on and give them more money so they can own your data as well? We create the content, then they monetize the content. And here's the crazy part. We're living on rented space. Do you know how many people, and I've been a victim of this as well, have built their entire business on social media and different platforms. And all of a sudden, just like when there was a live streaming platform I was a part of and put on tens of thousands of people in a few months, and then everybody's like, man, Facebook is the next live stream. And so we all went to Facebook and they were giving us massive reach. And then all of a sudden, as soon as the other platforms disappeared, then they wanted us to pay for that reach. So it's not if they change the rules. The slide says if they change the rules, your entire business is at their mercy. It is when they change their rules. So let's talk about communication and commerce. They're converging globally, but they remain disconnected. Like no one owns an integrated solution until R-Link, right? So let me know in the chat if that sounds exciting to you. 3 trillion. That's the space that we're talking about, a $3 trillion space. And here's the great thing about what we're doing with Rally. Okay, Rally's the blockchain, R-Link is the brand. We have real products. We have real revenue. We have real impact. So we're not waiting from some future product. We have tools, we have products, we have services that create real economic pressure on the Rally token. So if you go look at what the token has done the last week, it's up, 200%. Now, we don't have a crystal ball. We can't predict things. We can't guarantee things. We can't control the market. But what we can control is bringing great products and services. Think about this. How many of you have heard of Dogecoin? Let me know if you heard of Dogecoin. Let me know in the chat how many things you can use Dogecoin for. 0. We'll just cut straight to it because of my time, right? What about, and Dogecoin has a massive community, right? Elon Musk tweeted about it one time and shot it up to 60-some cents a token. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen, right? What about the president of the United States? Doesn't matter if you like him or not. That's beside the point. He created a meme coin and in 48 hours had his net worth on paper was more than his entire real estate career. What about the coin Fartcoin? True coin. They reached $1 billion market cap. Fartcoin, not making this up. You can look it up, $1 billion market cap. Can you imagine the gas fees? Sorry, I know that's bad, right? The joke stinks and so does the coin. All right, dad jokes, got to have some in there. All right, so here we have real products, real services, real revenue. And the problem is when you have all of these communication platforms and they own our data, they control it, we're living on rented land, and we have the solution to those problems. So here's why R-Link wins. Because if you look at the current state, most people up until now, they have a conversation platform. They don't have a conversion platform. Here we have AI-powered, blockchain-backed, commerce-ready, And so Rlink is what Zoom should have become, plus the layer no centralized platform can touch community ownership. How many of you follow Gary V? Gary Vaynerchuk? Like Jim was just talking about that. Gary V is talking about it, and so many people have laughed at him over the years. If you really look at his story of how he took his family's wine business from a few million a year to tens of millions all through social media for free. This has been many years ago. So now he is the one that helps the big companies, I believe like Coca-Cola and Nike, and he is pretty much a lot of the times, most of the times, he is right on what is upcoming, what's new, what's trending. He is the one that told everyone recently, like just not that many years ago, hey, if you miss TikTok, you're missing one of the biggest transfers of wealth that you've ever missed. And people laughed at him. They're like, look, dude, it's a dancing app for children. And now we know the rest of the story. So if you listen to him now, everything is moving toward AI, communication, and commerce through social selling. Matter of fact, China, 30% of their revenue or is social selling. Their e-commerce. It is over a $500 billion industry. And I was just reading an article saying that we are 7 to 10 years behind China when it comes to some of this stuff. And so, but not Rally, not Rlink. Okay, we're ahead of it. So look at the future. Rlink, right? You're seeing a difference. There's a completely different model. We're building the first AI communication and commerce blockchain. I was looking up some stats from WeChat right before I jumped on here. Can you guess how much revenue WeChat does? A communication platform that also encompasses commerce. $15 trillion with 1 billion transactions a day. So we have a platform where AI runs the communication layer, AI powers the commerce layer, and AI agents can automate the work that normally slows businesses down. So here's the future of Rlink. We had some people that we had sign NDAs. We recently showed a platform, previewed a platform we're going to launch at the end of January, beginning of February. And I will tell you, if you see the platform now, it's like a horse. It's great. It's better than Zoom. It's cheaper than Zoom. But if you see the one we're going to roll out first quarter, it is the difference between a horse and a buggy and a jet. Can you imagine real life or real-time AI translation? Can you imagine if you have people in 15 different countries and 15 different languages, not only are you seeing the transcriptions at the bottom of the page, but the person, every time you speak, you're speaking in the language of whatever that person chooses because of AI. How powerful is that? And your lips are syncing to that AI translation. What about AI meeting notes and summaries? What about you can search inside of a meeting? What about training AI avatars that speak any language that look just like you that can train and co-host a meeting? That is the future of Rlink. What about interactive CTAs? You can buy now, you can learn more. See, not just conversation, conversion. What about live selling automation? You can do live auction, look up Whatnot, right? Again, some of these apps that are doing billions and trillions of dollars. You can do AI product demos. You can have co-host. You can have a completely AI avatar host. And then also the AI-driven customer journey. We're going to have AI support agents. We're going to have follow-up agents. You know, most of the sale happens after the presentation, but most people fail in the follow-up series. So we're going to have AI community managers. We're going to have 24/7 automated onboarding, nurturing, and scheduling. It's going to be everything in one location. So when you use Rlink, you host meetings. When you sell, you teach, you coach, create. The entire ecosystem strengthens and you benefit from participation. Not the corporate extraction model, but the community reward circulation model. You reward what you want repeated. I don't use my ATM card at the gas pumps. I use my American Airlines card because I want to get rewarded. And here you're going to see the AI communication and commerce in action, everything you need in one seamless experience, from conversation to transaction to reward. So the traditional meeting chaos, you've got the CRMs, the community relationship management system. You've got emails, you've got text messages, you've got all of these different things. Well, here you're going to be able to do all of that in Rlink's smooth integrated experience, all in one, with our future products and the products we have now. So choose your future. Zoom extracts R-Link rewards. We're inviting you, we call it the Zoom killer, but now we're much more than just a video conferencing blockchain. We're an AI communication and commerce blockchain. We're inviting you to be a part of it. You may have been like me, you missed Uber, you missed Amazon, you missed Microsoft, you missed Airbnb. You don't have to miss this. So we're the world's first AI-powered communication and commerce platform that rewards people who use it. And we encourage you to join us next week. You know, your mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. So we're going to give you free information that can help you make an educated decision. So make sure to click that QR code, scan it, click it, subscribe, and can't wait to see you next week. Have a great day, everyone.
Brother, super excited. Just want to make sure we're live. Everybody good? Awesome. Welcome back. So we are super excited about the work that Rally is doing. How many of you have already used the Rally platform and connected people across the world? Show of hands. I see a number of hands. Awesome. Awesome. If you haven't had a chance yet, the new version they're going to roll out will blow your absolute mind. All right. So we're going to keep rocking and rolling, and we're going to bring someone to the stage now who is actually responsible for a lot of the impact that you're seeing here. He's the person who invited me to Dorado for the first time. We were both speaking at an event in Orlando, Florida, on a dear friend of ours, Dr. Fabrizio Mancini's stage, which is like this big biohacking, super high-end audience. And I had just gotten done showing the Impact CEO slide where I said, you know, my next venture is to disrupt energy, food, healthcare, banking, mining, all these things. And this gentleman says to me, you have to come have dinner with me. I've got to show you something. So he gets up on stage and he starts sharing how he had just spun up a company with 1,000 CPAs and attorneys when the government started the ERC tax credit. And he helped business owners like me and others get back $10 billion from the government thanks to COVID. They cleared 20% of that. They were able to retain $2 billion of that. So here's a gentleman who's not only built one multi-billion-dollar company, but several multi-billion-dollar companies. And when he said we should go to dinner, I listened. So we go to dinner and he says, you've got to come to Puerto Rico. You've got to meet this gentleman by the name of Wright Thurston, who has launched these blockchains that you can take your vision and work to build this thing. So I've gotten to know this gentleman over the last, I guess it's been 2 years now. He actually flew me down and my wife to the Ritz-Carlton in Dorado Beach, put us up, very generous, introduced me to all these incredible brand presidents. And ever since that time, I've grown to not only enjoy our time playing pickleball and traveling the world and inspiring people around the world on stages, but to see him and his wife, Julie, build their relationship and to bring forward what's most important to them. This is a man and a woman that's of God. They're driven by their mission and their vision. Most recently, they invited myself and a number of us to go down to Mar-a-Lago. And before you think that, by the way, we were doing, oil deals with Trump, because I think a lot of the haters on social media thought that, wait a minute, Bunch, you've been out there helping the environment for years. What are you doing now? We weren't there with Trump. We were there with an organization called Turning Point USA. And Turning Point USA was so inspiring because Charlie Kirk gave his life for this movement. And at that charity, his wife, Erica, got up there and shared their vision, shared their mission, shared their values, and shared the impact that they were having. There were 256,000 people that showed up for the funeral of Charlie Kirk. So I'm sitting there with my wife and with Tony and his wife and a couple of tables that Tony was generous enough to sponsor. And I watched this gentleman get up and share in front of a room of hundreds of extremely well-off people that he was going to take the amount of money that he had already invested and he was going to triple it. He was going to come in at a 7-figure donation because he believed that the future needed to look different. He believed that our children deserve a high quality education, but that's based on values and principles, that isn't just math, science, English, and history, isn't some of the limiting beliefs that they're programming our children with. He believed that there's a better way. And he was willing to put his time, his talents, and his capital to fund those visions. Well, that, my friends, is exactly what he's done here. He has spent his life building businesses so that he can give back to humanity. And I consider it a dear honor to call this gentleman a friend, to call him a business partner, and to call him a champion of a better future. So please, please, please stand up and help me give a huge round of applause to one of our community members, the man, the myth, the legend, Tony Swantek. And by the way, he's a hell of a pickleball player. So thank you, brother. I love you, man.
Appreciate everybody. Good to see everybody. A lot of beautiful faces. After Darren and then now me, if you think bald is beautiful, let's put Jim Shave Head in the chat and see if we can get Jim to shave his head and join the party. So there you go. All I needed to see is a few of those. It looks like it's decided, Jimmy. We'll get some clippers, and maybe before you're up here next, we'll get you looking smooth like Darren and I. I'm gonna share just some information really about blockchain, about the opportunity that lays ahead of us. And I want to share, before I get into my slideshow, a little bit about how I ended up here. Traditional entrepreneur, as Jim said, not really tech savvy. And so I read a CNET blog sent me an email about the Bitcoin white paper in 2010. I wish I was tech savvy, because I would have probably mined Bitcoin or started figuring out ways to buy Bitcoin. But instead of that, I just thought, what a cool concept. I liked the idea behind the concept of Bitcoin. 2013, a friend of mine was gambling online in the United States, which the banks wouldn't allow you to really transfer funds to and from your bank account if you were using online casinos. So I said, well, why are you gambling online if you can't get your money out? And he goes, well, I'm not using like regular money. I'm using Bitcoin. And I just was like, really? I was like, I read about that a few years ago. And so some of our companies at that time in 2013 started buying Bitcoin. And I'd heard a little bit about blockchain technology, not a lot. Built other businesses, traditional businesses. We had an Inc. 500 company called MyTown to Go. MyTown, the number 2 go. It was an Inc. 500 in 2020, so you can Google that if you want to or whatnot. We were doing restaurant delivery like a Uber Eats or a DoorDash. We ended up merging with Delivery.com. And so it was a great business. Built some other companies, credit card processing firm. And then in 2017, a friend of mine reached out and started doing trading software in the cryptocurrency space. And so I got involved with him, and it went really well. Our trading software was doing really well, just trading different cryptocurrencies. And there were a few friends of ours that worked in that space that were on the blockchain side. And I remember one of my friends, Craig, was like, Tony, crypto's great, but blockchain is going to change the world. Blockchain's what's really important. And I said, Craig, I don't care why our software is making people a bunch of money. I care that our software is making people a bunch of money. I don't need to understand the technology. As far as I knew, blockchain and cryptocurrency were the same thing. Now, as I've kind of learned over the years, that's like saying email and the internet are the exact same thing. Certainly, you use the internet to send email out, but you can do a heck of a lot more than send emails using the internet. Obviously, you guys are all here as living proof. We can use the internet to do a lot more than just send an email. And we appreciate you using the internet to share some of your time with us, to learn a little bit more about what we're working on. And for those of you that are brand new, I want to share with you how you could position yourself to benefit financially from blockchain and the Web 3.0 shift that's getting ready to happen. And I remember 2018, my friend that started the trading software company reached out to me and he said, hey, you need to buy nodes from this blockchain project called Gala Games. And I remember I said, what the heck is a node? I don't know what that is. And he explained it real quick. He was like, it's software. You put it on your computer and this company is paying you to borrow your computer power. So you look at like Airbnb, people pay you to borrow your house and stay there for a little while. Uber, if you're driving people, they're kind of paying you to borrow your use of your car. He said blockchain companies borrow your computer power and they'll pay you. And I just remember, I said, well, how much do they pay you? I'm interested in that. And he said, well, they give you Gala tokens. And this was 2018. I said, well, how much is a Gala token worth? And he said, well, right now, nothing. And I just remember I said, well, this sounds amazing. You're gonna borrow my computer, and then you're gonna pay me with magic internet money that doesn't have any value. I said, it sounds amazing for Gala Games, not so amazing for me. And he said, well, Tony, he goes, it doesn't have any value today. But over time, if people start playing these games, it could be extremely valuable. It's a long story. I needed to call him back to redo a transaction, basically to buy these nodes. I was going to buy $10,000 worth of nodes. And at that time, we were kind of merging our delivery business with delivery.com, and I just forgot to call him. And so I didn't think much of it. I'm not a gamer. I never even thought about it. About 2 years went by. It gets into like November of 2021, and he starts posting about this Gala Games project. And I just remember I saw it and I was like, uh-oh, it hit me. I forgot to call my friend back. And so I called him and he's like, dude, we need to get on a Zoom. So I get on a Zoom presentation and he's like, bro, there's millions of people playing these games. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah. He goes, the nodes generate tokens. They pay you with these tokens. And it's been a lot of tokens for me. He goes, I've been selling them over the last few months. And I said, how much have you sold? And he said, a little over $40 million worth. And I was like, no way. And then he showed me some of his Binance accounts and stuff like that. And I was like, holy cow, you've sold over $40 million. And our other buddy, right, I was like, how much has he got? And he goes, a little over $4.3 billion worth. And I was like, and then I asked him what you should never ask if you're at the right place at the right time, but you don't take action, you don't realize it maybe. I said, if I would have called you back, how many tokens would I have right now if I'd have bought those nodes? And he starts doing the math. He's like, if you sold all of your tokens today, right now, it would be a little over $11 million. And it was crazy. I remember going to CoinMarketCap. They had like a $4 billion day in trading volume. I could have sold $11 million probably within seconds. And what's probably even worse for me, if I would have called him back 5 years ago, it was over 5 years ago now, today, while we're having this Impact Summit, if I would have called him back and had those nodes right now, it would generate $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a month in tokens. And so I chalk that up as a missed opportunity. I think probably all of us in our lives have missed opportunities. Type in the chat, missed, if you've ever missed an opportunity. I wish I would have bought Bitcoin in 2010 when I first heard about it. I wish I would have bought Tesla stock when Elon Musk got going and you started to hear about him. I have had so many opportunities that I've been at the right place at the right time, but didn't realize it. Now, about 2 more years go by. We're in October of 23, and my friend Wright reached out to me, the one that had helped start the Gala project, and he said, listen, we want you to help us drive revenue through our blockchain projects. And I remember we were busy. We had just gotten over 1,000 employees and contractors in our accounting firm. We had just, I think, hit at that time just over 10 billion in tax credits filed for our clients. And so I was like, listen, I'm really busy, but I had watched what they had done in the past, and I wanted to see what they were doing towards the future. And so I remember going out to Las Vegas, and they shared with me their vision. And at that point, I remember they were talking about blockchain, Web3, and they started to educate me on really what blockchain is. And I started to dig in for the next 2-3 months. I read everything, watched every TED Talk. I called my friend that I'd made fun of, Craig, where I was like, I don't care about blockchain. All those years ago, I was like, Craig, you remember how I made fun of you trying to explain blockchain to me? He was like, yeah. I was like, can you explain blockchain to me, please? And he was like, okay, I'll explain blockchain to you. And so I want to go through, for those of you that are brand new, and I saw in the chat earlier, there's some brand new folks. I want to go through, if you're new to blockchain, or even if you're an owner, but you're new to blockchain, just an idea of what blockchain is and how it's going to affect the economy around the world, governments around the world, and our interactions around the world. If you look at society as a whole, there's been a few breakthroughs that I would say have closed gaps between kind of the haves and the have-nots, so to speak, that have shifted society forward and literally helped us leap into the next generation and the next generation. And I think one of the first gaps I could look back to is what I would call the knowledge gap. And if you think of the knowledge gap, back in about 1440, the mid 1400s, a gentleman Gutenberg created the printing press. And prior to that happening, if you weren't royalty, if you weren't nobility, you weren't reading books. You didn't have access to knowledge, to books. And the printing press changed all of that. And it led to the Renaissance. Like all of a sudden, more people had access to knowledge, and the world shifted forward as society and technologically. If you go into like the 1860s, you'd have the combustion engine, which I would say that closed the power gap. Out of Austria, Germany, they created the combustion engine. A few different inventors are kind of credited with making it and kind of advancing it. But prior to that happening, if you didn't have oxen or horses or mules, you weren't developing land hardly at all. And then here comes this breakthrough that closes that power gap. And now a lot of us in our garages have more horsepower than the kings and queens of the 1800s, for sure. It closed that gap. I look at the internet as closing what I would call the distance gap. This is really good proof of closing the distance gap. Seeing people in Australia, people in Spain, I saw people in Italy, obviously people all around the United States. I see people from all over the place. And it's because the internet has allowed us to share information real time around the world without having to wait on a third party. We're all here interacting real time. It's amazing. That closed the distance gap. The world is a much smaller place thanks to the technology of the internet. If you look at what blockchain does, it closes what I would call the trust gap. How it does it, I'll go in depth real quickly, but what blockchain allows you to do, if the internet allows us to share information real time, blockchain allows us to share value real time. And that could be in the form of currency. I've had Bitcoin transactions of over $1 million in Bitcoin that took 5 minutes to transact and cost me around $2.47 in transaction fees. I've had bank wires that have taken 5 days before they hit an international bank account, cost me $60 for an international wire. I've had it charge the person I sent like they had an incoming international wire fee of like $30 just to send money. And you have to have third parties involved. I had my bank at that time, Wells Fargo. They had their bank in China, and it's like, all right, here we're sending money. You know, here my bank's going to get with your bank. It's not even me sending them money. It's my bank sending their bank money, and then their bank crediting it to his account or her account, and my bank pulling it out of my account. It's these third parties. And blockchain removes the need for those third parties. How it does it is through decentralization. Jim talked about it. Darren has talked about it a lot. Scott and Waters have talked about it. Everybody that's been on has talked about centralized and decentralized. How it works if you're new to blockchain, though, I just want to give you kind of a simplified idea of why blockchain creates trust. When you have centralized power, centralized authority, that means one person has access to all the information and only one person has access to that information. And if you have that, you have to trust that person. That's why we don't usually trust that person. Think of like banks. We don't even trust banks to be that third party. Every bank you walk into, anywhere in the world, they have SWIFT audits if they're international. Here in the United States, they have state audits, they have federal audits, they have people basically going through and third parties combing through their books to make sure that some banker didn't add another zero in front of the comma and turn a $100,000 transfer into $1 million transfer or bigger. They have people. Now, every now and again, things slip by. If you're ever bored, you can Google about Wells Fargo creating bank accounts without permission. You can Google that. They got fined. It was like $3 billion because they were bonusing their private bankers. Any of their bankers that were working with people, if they opened more accounts, they'd get a bonus. And so somebody like me would go in and open a bank account, then I'd leave, and then they'd open a savings account for me and maybe a business checking account for me that I didn't even know existed. And they would get their bonuses. And it happened for like a year or so. And then finally somebody was like, found one of their extra accounts, maybe the teller, tipped them off, and they were like, what's going on here? They made some phone calls. They started to dig in, and they had done this to tons of people. But it was they could do it because of centralized authority. They were the only ones that knew what was happening. See, blockchain prevents that. I'll give you a quick example. I'm going to think of a number. This is centralized power here, which is good for me. I'm going to think of a number between 1 and 1 million. And I'm going to give each person in the chat one guess. And if anyone in that chat guesses the proper number, I'm going to give everyone that's on this live stream 1 Bitcoin. So I'll have to figure out how many people are on here. I'll give each person 1 Bitcoin. Yeah, you can start firing in numbers. Any number between 1 million. You only get one shot, only one chance. Now, here's the problem as you're typing in those numbers. I'm not going to tell anyone what the number is. I'm not going to write it down. I'm just going to keep it in my head. And you'll have to use the honor system of whether you guess it or not. And surprisingly, so far, no one's guessed it. I know no one's guessed it because I'm going to make sure no one guesses it because I don't want to give everybody 1 Bitcoin. That's centralized power. That's centralized control. Now, let me tell you how a blockchain, so you can stop guessing now because you're not going to get it right. Even if let's say somebody, I just saw, let's see, we've got, Kenny said 67. So anyone with kids knows what that is. No one else does. I only know what that is because I play pickleball and the score 6-7 comes up all the time. And kids will ride by on the golf carts in Puerto Rico and be like 6-7. So let's say I thought of 6-7 and I see Kenny. What I would probably say is, oh, you're so close, Kenny. It was 68. I would make sure no one had picked 68. Now, I had changed the number. Only God and me would ever know that I changed that number. You guys wouldn't know. It's centralized control. Here's how a blockchain would work. If it was blockchain, let's say my football number from high school, maybe my wife is on here. She would know this. Maybe my mom's on here too. It's 29. Okay? The number's 29. 29. Can somebody type in 29 in the chat? 29. Type in 29 in the chat. Okay, so now we know all of us are nodes on a blockchain network. Everyone in here knows the number's 29. Now, here's how the game would work. I'm going to think of a number between 1 and 1 million. We already know what it is. We're going to create a smart contract. All of the Bitcoin, let's say there's thousands of people on here. I have thousands of Bitcoin that goes into an escrow wallet, and it sits there. And then if anyone guesses the number 29, it starts releasing 1 Bitcoin to each and every one of your wallets. If you all guess different numbers, it would just route all that Bitcoin right back into my wallet. It's out of my control at that point. You don't have to rely on me to have all the information. You all know what the number is. Yeah, this is a hypothetical. I know Gregory's waiting, but it's one of the simplest examples I can give you to understand why decentralization and blockchain can change the world. If you get bored, Google the words blockchain voting patent. Blockchain voting patent. Some of you guys, if you're on the computer, take your phone and do it right now. Take your phone and Google blockchain voting patent. And if you scroll and you find that patent, what you'll see is for over 5 years, the United States Postal Service has owned that patent. See, blockchain technology could end voter fraud overnight, which in the United States would be important, but in countries like Zimbabwe and countries like the Congo and Venezuela and Russia, it could be critical because we know elections are being stolen around the world. Blockchain could end that. You would have no voter ID. You wouldn't need it. You wouldn't have to worry about non-citizens voting in your country, whatever country you live in. Everyone, when they registered to vote, would get a blockchain wallet that only they could log into, probably using biometrics, maybe their fingerprint, their iris, and maybe even a password. Once they're logged in, they could issue their vote. It would be anonymous. Only thing that the government would see is a voter wallet ID voted for this candidate, and it would get added up. It would be real time. You'd see it as it was going on. So I know some of you in the United States, it's funny to me. I don't know how we're so technologically advanced, but when we have like a presidential election, it's almost like Arizona is counting votes like a month and a half later after the election. I'm like, how hard is it to count? Blockchain, it would be real time. Like literally, you wouldn't have to wait. Like the second the polls closed, it would be like, here's the numbers in Arizona. The second the polls closed, here's the numbers in California. Here's the numbers in New York. Like they would have the exact voting numbers real time. Blockchain can solve so many problems around the world. One of the biggest things it's going to do, and Jim's going to demo this for us, it's going to give ownership and control of our data in the AI space. That's massive. Because a lot of us probably, if we think about it, don't necessarily need someone like Sam Altman or Bill Gates or even Elon Musk controlling and owning all of our data. Not ideal, especially if there's an opportunity for us to own and control all of our own data. Now, what kind of opportunity is there from an entrepreneurial standpoint? It's massive. In 2021, the World Economic Forum estimated blockchain could disrupt up to $867 trillion in traditional markets. Type in the word trillion in the chat and try and understand that's not a once in a lifetime shift. That's a one-time shift. Never in history, the internet wasn't that big of a shift in wealth, not even close. We'll probably never see that big of a shift again until we're colonizing other planets. And if some of Earth's economy starts to move to the Mars economy, you may see a bigger shift, but we might not be around for that. Our kids, grandkids, great-grandkids, it may be a long, long $1 trillion. I like that, Adam. So we have the ability. I've heard as recently as like 6 months ago, the estimate was 1.3 quadrillion shift. 1.3 I didn't even know that was a real number. Quadrillion. That I guess it is what comes after a trillion. And so it's bigger than the internet. I think about the blockchain and compare it to that Web 2.0 shift. I remember, I'm old enough to remember shifting kind of from Web 1, where it was just the military was using the internet, Bill Gates, IBM was using the internet, to all of a sudden Web 2.0. 94, 95, 1996, you had Amazon, you had Google, you had PayPal, you had Hotmail. I remember sending my first Hotmail and going, well, this is better than mailing a letter. I remember paying my first credit card bill online and thinking, I'm never going to mail another check. And so if you remember making the shift from Web 1, where you'd never used the internet before, to all of a sudden Web 2, where you started to use the internet, if you're old enough to remember that shift, type in the word shift in the chat. Type in the word shift if you remember the first time you started to use the internet, the first time you started to stream something on Amazon or Netflix and you didn't have to go to Blockbuster Video to rent the movie that you wanted to watch. If you remember that shift, understand this. My opinion, and a lot of people much more intelligent than me, people like Elon Musk, believe that the shift into Web 3.0 and blockchain will be far larger, far more opportunity than the shift from Web 1 to Web 2. Now, not everybody's big on the cryptocurrency side. You can look at a value investor, somebody like Warren Buffett. He says, it's ingenious. He's talking about blockchain. It's ingenious, and blockchain's important, but Bitcoin has no unique value at all. It doesn't produce anything. You can stare at it all day and no little Bitcoins come out or anything like that. Like, he doesn't like it as an investment. Like, he doesn't like cryptocurrency. He likes blockchain. but he doesn't like crypto. Now, I think he's right with the problem with most cryptocurrencies is their ideas. Their ideas. Here's what we're going to do. Here's our ICO. We're going to buy our coin. We're going to build this. We're going to do that. And then they never do it. They sell their coins. They make a bunch of money. They call it pump and dump. They dump those coins onto the market. And then anyone that bought into their vision, bought into their idea, it never comes to fruition. They didn't even plan on bringing it to fruition. What we've done is the opposite. We build the products and the services first. And then after we've built the products and services, we start to bring people into the marketplace and go, hey, instead of using Zoom, use our link. Instead of paying for your power bill out of the pocket, use Green and get paid to pay your power bill. Instead of not knowing what you're putting in your body, use Grow and get QR codes so you can see what that cow ate, what that chicken ate, where they were raised, what went onto those vegetables, any pesticides, any herbicides. You can learn and see exactly what you're putting in your body. So we're creating real world assets, real world services. And that's something that Warren Buffett talks about as well. He says, invest in companies you believe in. He believes in Dairy Queen. I don't know if you guys know Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway. He likes Dairy Queen. He believes in it. He invested in it. And what I love about our projects is we create real world assets, real products, real services where people can see tangible value. And I'm not saying that's better or worse. Bitcoin's not built for some kind of revenue generating asset. It was built as a transactional network. It's not even that really. I don't buy Bitcoin to use it. Our companies didn't buy Bitcoin to use it. We bought it because we felt like it was undervalued and it would go higher and higher in value. Now, I could be wrong. Our companies that have bought Bitcoin, we've never sold. None of our companies have sold any Bitcoin ever. When it hits $1 million a coin, we'll start to sell some of our holdings, some of these companies. I don't know if it'll ever get there. I hope it does. Michael Saylor thinks it should go to like 18 million or whatever. I don't know. It's fully speculative. But when we're talking about real companies that drive revenue through the blockchain, it's not speculative anymore. See, if you've seen some of these projects and they've kind of hit you where you're like, that makes sense. I like that. I want to be a part of that. Then you can become a community member. You can become a node owner. You can purchase NFTs and own tokens. You can do all of those things. You can do one of those things, none of those things, or all of those things. Because we tie into revenue. We create a flywheel that uses blockchain to tie revenue into the value of a token. This flywheel is pretty simple. You have what we call proof of action. That's a lot of people, normal people like us, as entrepreneurs. How do we position ourselves in this $1.3 quadrillion shift? How do each and every one of you position yourselves in the middle of that shift? That's a huge question to answer. One of the best ways to do it is through our ecosystem. This community has been building layer one blockchains for over a decade. A decade. Most blockchain companies, especially ICOs, they're around 2 years, dead. 1 year, dead. They're not with us anymore. These guys, our community's been building for over a decade. There's no one on the planet that is more advanced at building layer one blockchains than our community. And you can be a part of it, guys. Proof of action allows you to bring in customers into our projects and services. Each and every one of us can bring in clients that use our meeting platform, that eat food that they know what's going to their body, that know that they can buy phones or jewelry that's been mined ethically and responsibly. So they're acquiring those customers, you're acquiring those customers, and that's generating revenue. All of that revenue is going in to buy a token out of the open market. So now it's not speculation. Why is this product or this service valuable? Why is this token got value? It's because revenue is going in to buy it. And the more revenue that's generated, our community has proof of action rewards. We take a portion of that revenue and we redirect it back to those of you that brought those customers in the first place. Because if you bring customers and you receive tokens, and those tokens get more and more valuable, and we never have any guarantees. We don't know what they're going to be worth. At the end of the day, I looked at something like Gala at 87 cents or whatever it peaked at. I mean, that's amazing. And I look at some of our tokens at a tenth of a penny, a half a penny, maybe a penny. And I think, man, if it gets up to, 50 cents or something, that'd be amazing. $1 would be crazy. See, the value comes from revenue, real products, real services. Even somebody like Warren Buffett, if he used our platform and thought, man, like this is better to order food from here and know what I'm putting in my body than going to Dairy Queen. If he used one of our platforms and said, hey, this is a better meeting platform than Zoom. I like this better. I'm going to use this instead. He could see value in that. Not because of speculation, because the real product, the real service is just better. You can position yourself in that flywheel. You need to connect with the people that invited you into our ecosystem and tell them you want to become a part of this community. If you're excited about what we're doing, type community in the chat. I'm so excited for each and every one of you that are here today. At the end of the day, every one of us is going to have an opportunity where we can make decisions that will affect our futures, our children's futures, our dreams, our goals, our aspirations. Don't be like so many other people around the world and run away from the opportunity to do something truly great with your lives. Make a decision, make it with confidence, make the right one. Position yourself in this community so you can take advantage of the biggest shift in wealth in human history. Thanks a lot, everybody. I'll bring up Jim Bunch.
Let's give him a huge hand. Huge hand, everybody. Tony Swantek laying it down. Fire. I was watching the comments over here. If you are not inspired here, let's get a heart monitor on you and check your pulse, right? I've learned so much from Tony in a short amount of time. I think some of you know I've had some incredible business partners and mentors, from Tony Robbins to Bob Proctor to John Ashraf to Jack Canfield, and many other business partners. But Tony Swantek sees the world differently. And when he communicates like that, I think he brings the game up for all of us. So let's give Tony another incredible, incredible round of applause. Awesome job, brother. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule and your businesses to come educate people on the blockchain. One of the things he said at the end I thought was incredible. He was talking about the impact this can have on families. And I think this is probably one of the most important things. I've never seen in my 56 years on this planet, I have never seen so many families looking for hope, looking for support, looking for connection, feeling a divisiveness, a separatism. I've never seen this. And just like when Scott Loma was talking about the challenges, that we are the problem, we are also the solution. I feel the same way about this. And I want to have production run a quick little video of an amazing individual by the name of Emily Swalberg. Emily has been heading up our customer support. If you've ever sent in a ticket, it's likely that Emily and the team has been the ones managing that. But she was just like me and everybody else. She was a community member. And because she saw the vision and took a little bit of a step forward, it fundamentally changed her life. And she was at a place in her life where she needed something to shift, something to change. How many of you know what I'm talking about? Like you're either there now, right? And if you are, type in now, or you've been there in the past where you needed a hand up, you needed something or someone, you needed support from God or whatever to come in and to just open a door for you. This video is about 3 minutes long. I asked Emily to share it. She's back at Utah right now, probably watching this live. And she's the sweetest human you'll ever meet. She always shows up with a positive attitude. And no matter what's happening, she's there to support this community. So let's roll video, and then I'll be right back with the next brand president.
Hi, my name is Emily. I am here to share my Connect story today. When I first began at Connect, it was about 8 years ago. At that time, I was a single mom with 4 kids. I was just coming out of a really hard divorce. And at the time, I didn't know if it was something I was ever going to recover from. I was facing some really hard financial obstacles. I was having a hard time keeping the lights on every month. Paying rent was really difficult. And all I wanted to do was give my kids a great life. I wanted to, provide them with the things that they deserved and be able to give them, stability and a happy home and a life that had opportunity and potential. And at that time, I just really didn't know. I felt so stuck. I felt like I was buried, starting over, and I didn't know how I was going to get out and start sort of that forward movement to be able to improve our lives and give them the things that I thought that they deserved. About that time, I was given the opportunity to come and work at Connect. And it has been amazing. When I started, I had never heard the word blockchain. I had no idea what a blockchain was. I had maybe heard cryptocurrency, but I didn't really know anything about cryptocurrency. So it was all brand new to me, but I was really excited to jump in and learn and participate in the community and contribute however I could. And it has been a wonderful 8 years. It's been really fun. During that time, I also was able to meet my wonderful husband. We've combined our families. And really that forward movement has started to happen. And, we bought a home and some fun things like that. And then just a few years ago, Gala came on the scene, and we were able to participate in that really exciting moment when Gala really began to rise. And we were able to swap out some Gala to cash it out to get enough that we were able to pay off our home. And that has been such an amazing blessing coming from, a point in a really hard, dark point in my life where I wanted to take care of my kids, and I was having a hard time keeping lights on too. Now we have a home that we own forever, a place that our family can always come and, be here if they need to. And this is our home. And we've been able to, spend extra time with them, do some fun things, take some fun trips, make some improvements to our house. And it's been really exciting. We're able to, help put money toward college for kids and all sorts of fun stuff. It's been a really fun opportunity. I'm really excited for Connect's future and looking forward to it. I'm really proud and happy to be part of this community.
Wow. How many of you can feel her heart, right? I see people clutching their chest like I am. How many of you can feel the love and the passion from Mama Bear, right? Like you just want to get a hug from Emily. And that's what it's like every time that somebody reaches out to her. So Emily, thank you for being a part of the team. I wish you could be here also. I appreciate you. Love you. The whole team is applauding you. So thank you for sharing that. Yeah, 100%. I see that, Modesto. Thank you. So we're now going to go remote again, but remote live to a brand new member of the team. Now, he's known a number of the brand presidents for years. He's been building other businesses. And recently, Galvin, our healthcare blockchain, has had some transition, some change. And Adam Sharp, who has laid the foundation and led the vision and mission up until now, transferred into another role. And now we've brought a new gentleman in who I got to meet recently in Kauai when we took 70 of our top leaders and friends out to Kauai to be at these beautiful properties on the ocean in Kauai and to share with each other some time to connect, to talk about the future, how we're going to build this ecosystem around the world. And I got to meet this gentleman by the name of Pat Berry. And Pat immediately started lighting up my mind and what I think is going to be an incredible future. He is known internationally and globally in multiple networks. And he started picking up the phone and calling people. And just off of a phone call, just off an invitation, people flew out to Kauai. Now think about what it takes to build that kind of trust, that kind of reciprocity, and that's who this gentleman is. So we're going to bring Pat live onto screen, remote. We can bring him up. There you are. Hey, Pat, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm great. Where are you today?
So I'm in Utah,
Awesome.
up in the mountains.
Awesome. Well, my friend, the floor is yours. Thanks for being here, and thank you for stepping up and carrying the torch that Adam handed to you.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for joining us today. Tony, that was an incredible job. And I understand why you are so amazing. But I'm here today to share what I believe is probably the most important part of our lives. Now, in the chat, if you can share with me what is important to you, I would love for you to start sharing. I know we've talked about wealth today. I think wealth is great. And I think a lot of people are excited about that. Family, I see family. I see health. I see financial freedom. And God, we all have things that are important to us, but what does it matter if we make all the money in the world if we don't have our health? And what I want to share with you today is about decentralizing your wellness. Now, it's important to have finances, it's important to make money, it's important to focus on your family, but it's really, really important to keep our health in check. Because if we gain the whole world and we lose our health, what does it matter? You see, our first wealth is truly our health. And what I want to share with you today, I want to talk about our system. Honestly, our healthcare system is broken. Now, I know we've got people here from all over the world, but I would love for you to share with me, does anyone in their part of the world love their healthcare system? I'm gonna look down in the chat here. It's broken in Australia. Yes, I actually lived in Australia. I had a friend that got cancer, actually was a business partner. He had to go to America to get surgery because it was an 18-month wait and he would have passed away. So yeah, around the world, Australia, New Zealand, US, our healthcare system is truly broken. Not only is it broken, but it's actually very centralized. Now, you would think the more money we would spend on healthcare, the better we would be. But if you look at this chart here, the more we spend, the countries that spend the most typically have the lowest life expectancy. Why is that? Why is that we can actually spend more money and actually get less? That doesn't make sense to me, that we can spend on the average $12,000 per person, per capita, per person in the US on healthcare, yet our life expectancy is lower than countries that spend less. And you can see Australia actually still, even though they have their problems, according to the chat, they also have a longer life expectancy than the United States, where we're located here today. Now, if that's the case, why is that? Well, a lot of people don't realize this, but the top 5 insurance companies in the United States control 50% of the market. Now, I want you to just think about that for a moment. 50% of the market. Most of you here, more than 1/2 of the Americans on this call are in one of the top 5 insurance companies. Now, why is that a problem? Well, I'll give you an example. How many people have heard of the little pill called Jardiance? They run ads on TV all the time. Guess what? 2 of the 5 top insurance companies have decided they're not going to pay for Jardiance anymore. Why is that? Maybe they want to push another drug that they have a special deal on, or they have an incentive. But the truth is, it's your money. Why can't you control it? Well, you can't control it because there's these 5 big companies that are controlling 50% of the market. To me, that's truly scary. The second thing that's really, really scary is that 68% of all hospitals are centralized controlled. Again, I want you to think about that. 50% of the insurance companies control the market, and 68% of all the hospitals are controlled by some group that answer to a board that profit is their number one thing. Now, I'm not here to just slam the healthcare system, but around the world, we all know that when elections come around, no matter what country we are in, healthcare is always at the top of the talking points because they make a lot of promises, but not always deliver great results. Now, with that being said, I want to introduce you to Galvin and what we do here at Galvin. Now, the first thing about Galvin is we're all about shifting decentralization of healthcare. Now, I want to also ask a question. I know earlier, Will asked a great question about, do you know where your food came from? I'm going to ask a question today. Do you know where your health records are? Do you have control of your health records? Can you see your health records? And in the chat, if someone can share with me, do you have control of your health records? Are they on yours? Are they protected? How many people remember when Best Buy got hacked or Home Depot got hacked and you got this notification, oh, we're sorry, we shared your data and your social security with tons of people, but Oh, by the way, can you imagine what would happen if your healthcare data just got leaked to a random person? I mean, the truth is that decentralization is the only way that we can take back the control. We already know the insurance companies control what we can have and what we can't have. We also now know that 67% of the hospitals are all centralized controlled. But what does it matter? Who's going to look after the little guy? Who's going to look after us? We are. We have to take our power back. And that's why we have decided in what I believe is one of the most impactful blockchains is taking back control of our personal wellness. And I'm not even saying health anymore because I want to shift the word to wellness, because the truth is we spend too much time. Why is our system broken? Because we spend too much time focusing on sickness. When I showed you that chart earlier about the countries that spend the most have the least life expectancy. Taking another pill, a potion, a lotion, a magical cure is not giving us a better quality of life. But what would? Taking a shift away from sickness and focusing and rewarding wellness. And that is exactly what we do at Galvin. In fact, with Galvin, we actually have an app you can download. We have an app that you can actually speak to the app, and it will give you an assessment of your mental wellness. Imagine that, being able to speak to the app, it's going to tell your mental wellness. But not only that, we actually can track your heart minutes. We can track your steps. In fact, let me show you how many we've already tracked to date. Currently in our app, we have tracked 27 million heart minutes and 4.8 billion steps. Now, not only have we tracked them, but we reward them. You actually receive tokens for actually being healthy, for making yourself in a better condition and taking care of yourself. So this is what is so amazing in regard to that. Now, what is 4.8 billion steps? That is 89 laps around the world. I want you to think about that. Now, we're small and we've just started. We're making impact around the world. But if you get involved with this and you actually take a switch in your own personal health and go away from thinking about sickness and focusing on wellness and actually preventative measures. So what we've done is we've put together some incredible ways for that to happen. Imagine if we would pay you, give you tokens that actually have value based on your heart minutes. Well, guess what? We do that. Based on your exercise time, we do that. We actually have NFTs that will actually allow you to get a gym membership and actually get rewarded in tokens every time you go to the gym. In fact, our digital gym membership allows you not only to cover the cost of your gym, but to profit for going to the gym. Now, imagine taking that shift from sickness, moving it onto wellness, but now getting rewarded, okay? You've heard of Move to Earn. It's one of the fastest growing. Well, we actually have Move to Earn. We were one of the pioneers of Move to Earn. In fact, digital gym membership allows you to get your gym covered. But what if we could do more than that? Well, we have. We have an incredible way for you to get rewarded for doing preventative things. For example, going to the chiropractor, going to the massage therapist. How would you love to get paid or actually get rewarded for going to the massage therapist? Well, with our wellness NFT, you can. So you can actually come in, go to the chiropractor, go to the doctor, doing all these things that are preventative that your insurance will not cover, and get paid and rewarded for them. That is what you can do with Galvin and our Galvin NFTs. Now, we also have come out with the latest thing, which I think is absolutely incredible. How many of you take supplements, vitamins, any kind of supplement? We all do. We all should. We should take more. How would you like to get those covered and receive tokens and rewards? You see, we're making that shift, the shift away from sickness into focusing on wellness and health. And if you want to find out more about what we're doing at Galvin, I encourage you, when you're asked what is the most important, we know that making money is important, and I'm actually going to go to a lot of those calls myself. One of the great things about being in this community is that we all use all the different products. We love all the different products, but when you're asked on which one you want to know more about, I hope that you choose your health and come to our webinar to find out more about how you can be rewarded for taking control, from shifting to focusing on sickness and treating your problems, to being preventative and using Galvin to reward you for doing that. So with that being said, I'm going to turn my time over, and I want to thank you for giving the time for me today. I hope that you take this seriously and you get involved, and I look forward to meeting each and every one of you on our next webinar.
Awesome. Thank you, Pat. Everybody, let's give Pat a huge round of applause. I think this is one of the most important things. How many of you are excited? Light up the chat if you're excited about being able to offset the cost for your nutrition, for your exercise, right? This is game-changing technology that we're talking about here, and it affects only 8.4 billion humans. We all have bodies, right? So I think this is incredibly we can rewarded for that. And you hear us talk a lot about happiness, we talk about health, and one of the things that a lot of people need a hand up with is wealth. And one of the industries that definitely needs to be disrupted and decentralized is the banking industry and the finance industry. In just a moment, because I know you're filling out this form, remember, you want to QR code this. You want to put your first name, last name, email, and cell phone in. That's putting you into the raffle. We're not that far away, guys. We're giving away like over $150,000 worth of nodes and NFTs in just maybe less than an hour and a half, something like that. So make sure you're filling out every single one of these things. But as I was saying, one of the challenges, one of the things that we need to really take a look at is that there's a definite disparageness. There's a gap between the wealthy and the poor. And the reality is it's been designed that way, but we can change that. And you're about to meet two pioneers in the finance industry combined. I joked, I said, what have you got, like 900 years in banking? But there's only two of them, right? So one of them's got 25, the other one's got 35. I'll let you figure out which one is which. But together, they have already disrupted the industry. How many of you remember when Discover Card first came out and they started to give cash back as a reward for the cards? How many of you remember that? All right. Well, you're about to meet the gal who was responsible for that idea and bringing that to the world. And then every credit card after that had to follow suit. They had to start giving points and miles and cash back, or they'd be out of business. So you've got some innovators, you've got some disruptors, and guess what? They're at it again. They're here to talk to us about Switch Reward Card and the Switch blockchain. It's incredible what they've already been able to do, but you haven't seen anything yet. So without any further ado, please stand up. Let's do a quick stretch break. Everybody stand up for 1 second. I want to see you stand up. I can see you sitting down. I appreciate the prayers, but stand up, hop up. I see some couchers back there. So people are leaning back like, all right, I'm just watching the show. All right, we're not at the movies. Okay, perfect. Stand up, stretch that body. We just got through with the health. By the way, in the future, we'll have you up with music. We'll get you some breath going and these kind of things. But I love that you're powering through these 12-minute sessions. So please, please, please help me welcome two legends, two entrepreneurs, two disruptors that are going to change the way that we do banking, change the way that finance is. Please help welcome Kathy and Brad to the stage. You're welcome.
Hey, everybody. I'm so glad to see all of you. A lot of you I've met before. It's wonderful to be in the room with this state-of-the-art kind of opportunity. And I told you before, I'm a community member, I'm a node owner, and I'm the CEO of Switch Reward Card. It's really important for each of you to think about your finances, your future, and how the world has changed so rapidly. And I want you all to be the CEO of your own life. When we talked to originally, somebody mentioned the guy with the red and black shirt. Well, when I talked to him, I turned him down 4 times and said, I don't know what you're talking about. But once I figured out Web3, once I figured out blockchain, once I figured out crypto, I thought I'm not going to be left behind. I can do one more brand new project. But I said, I do need a young guy to do the work. This is a young guy to do the work. So Brad's going to tell you all about the solutions, the things that are coming. It's going to be a wild ride. Be there with us.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. Appreciate it. And she's not lying when she said she's going to make me do all the work. She has all the amazing ideas and does all the hard stuff, and then I have to go make the operations happen. I'm going to tell my story a lot of like the other presenters, their experience coming into cryptocurrency and blockchain. This was about in 2015. That same friend is my best friend since the 7th grade. Said, "Hey, open up a Coinbase account. I'm going to send you some Bitcoin." So this is 2015. He sends me some Bitcoin. I'm like, okay, I'm a conservative commercial and industrial banker. That's pretty stable unless you're there in 2008, which is when I was as well. Went through that crazy time. But he sends me some Bitcoin and I start looking into it. At the time, there was Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin on Coinbase. And I had that. And then I started looking around and this new token was coming out called Ripple or XRP. And they said they were going to disrupt banking and bring in a new rails of payment processing. And so I'm like, I really want this, but it was nowhere to be found. You couldn't really buy it except on this small platform called Binance. And you had to do what's called a swap. That's when you can only buy it with another cryptocurrency. So I sent thousands of my dollars of Bitcoin to this platform. And I'm sitting there hitting refresh for about 3 hours, which felt like about 3 weeks because it never showed up. It left Coinbase and never showed up on Binance. There's no customer service that you can call and say, hey, something went wrong. There's no help. You can't call anybody. So I'm starting to make up a story to go tell my wife that I just lost thousands of dollars. And luckily, after that, 110th refresh on my computer, it finally showed up on the other end in Binance. And then I had to figure out with their crazy platform of, okay, how do I swap this for XRP? And it just was a terrible experience. How many of you have been scared in purchasing crypto or are scared? And if you have, throw it in the chat because it's a scary thing when you jump into this new world of blockchain, AI, cryptocurrency. And I was scared and I didn't like that experience. And I thought, man, if I ever did something like this, I want to make it easy. I want to have customer service. And so that's my experience with blockchain. I want to tell you about what Switch Reward Card is doing out there. Before we do that, we've talked a lot about decentralized versus centralized. And in the finance world, I want to talk about what that means. Obviously, decentralized finance takes out the middleman and makes it so people can interact directly with each other. Centralized is what we have today and what we're using currently with credit unions, banks, brokerages. They control what we have in our accounts. If we want to send off a wire, we get calls every day of people sending wires from their bank saying our bank won't let us send our own money out. I'm going to say that again. Our banks won't let me send my own money somewhere else. They control your money, which is terrible. So in simple terms, centralized finance means the banks control your money, and decentralized finance means you control your own money. And I don't have to even ask you, which do you prefer? Obviously, the answer is we want to control our own money. So the future for finance is decentralized finance and a combination. A lot of the experts say, well, you can't just get rid of financial services. And they're right, because banks have controlled and managed money for so long. They've really had a problem with letting go of this control because they want to control everything. Just like I mentioned, they won't let you send out your own money to wherever you want because they think there's risk there for them. Not for you, but risk there for them because they're taking on and will have to pay it if it goes wrong. So the combination of this is going to be the financial services as well as all of the decentralized finance technology that helps in speed, helps in transparency, rewards, and ownership. So what does Switch do and how does it play a role in this? Well, it represents this transition. It's bridging the traditional finance with decentralized finance and being able to bring these two worlds together to make it easier and not have experiences like I had when I first got into crypto. However, this is still super early and decentralized finance still is imperfect and has some problems. There's a lot of struggles in it. In fact, these are the 3 top obstacles that most people come in contact with when they jump into crypto. So we have, and also there's like its own vocabulary of itself if you're jumping into cryptocurrency. So we have on-ramp and off-ramp. All that means is the ability to deposit cash on a trade platform for crypto, and the off-ramp is withdrawing after you sell your crypto into an external bank account. That is extremely hard. And a lot of banks have said, nope, we're not going to let you. If you're going to do that, we're going to shut it down. And I thought it was funny that Jim had his account shut down at Wells Fargo, because a lot of people and the guy that brought me into all this has had tons of his bank accounts shut down, because that's all he's been doing is crypto since 2012. The second one is the transparency and complexity of fees. A lot of times when you buy Bitcoin or whatever token, you don't even know what you paid in fees. And then the third we talked about a little bit, I think Darren talked about, is utility, and as well as Steve for green, is a token use case. There's been thousands of tokens created and there's no use case for these tokens. It's just a pump and dump and then nothing happens. So what we're doing in all these projects is we're building a blockchain with a purpose. We're bringing real world industries into Web3 and integrating the two. And that's exactly what Switch is doing. So Switch Reward Card is more than just a card. Like I mentioned, we have a trade wallet where you can buy and sell crypto. You can deposit and withdraw cash easily. Switch Reward Card is also creating utility for the Switch token. This is a screenshot of how easy it is for our on and off ramp. We've highlighted on the left there in red the deposit and withdraw. You click on that, it has ACH, wire, and then real-time payments. If you're in the US and your bank allows you to do real-time payments, that's 24/7. That's the fastest way. On the right there, it's just a simple click of a button for buy and sell. And then on the right, it says load, and that's load your card so you can spend your crypto quickly. And that's one of our biggest values. And like I mentioned, the complexity and transparency of fees. We don't hide fees. We don't increase a spread on the spot price. You can see your total cost. If you want to sell $50 worth of Bitcoin, it's going to cost you $52 and some odd cents to be able to get that $50. And same with if you're buying. I mentioned a little bit about the customer service experience. In this decentralized finance world, there is like 0 to none. So we always hear Darren say yes and yes. There's 0 to none customer service. We have a customer service, and we have 97% of our tickets be answered in 24 hours. And then we have a huge self-help at support.switchrewardcard.com. We have videos on there for our platform. We have screenshots. We have examples of all the problems that people have going through Know Your Customer when you're setting your account, or from connecting your bank account to our platform. And that's an amazing site. And we are second to none with this on our call. And I wanted to throw this in there. We opened and launched our trade wallet where you can buy and sell crypto about 1.5 years ago. Our all-time trade volume, and a lot of these projects that we've been talking about today have real-world products. Ours is our current trade wallet. And in the last 1.5 years, we've done about $72 million. We're probably a little higher than that, because I think that was given a month or so ago, of volume of people who have bought and sold crypto. This is important because it goes back to that utility, and I'll get into that. We'll also dive way deeper into all these products and how they fit into the Web3 world for blockchain, and how they help create utility for the Switch token. So that's important to know those numbers. This is our roadmap. We're going to have our international and US debit cards here in the fourth quarter. I was hoping to get mine shipped here today, but it didn't make it. We're going to turn on utility in Q1 for 2026 for the Switch token. That means you will pay the fees towards our trade wallet in the Switch token. And then Q2, you'll be rewarded for confirmation of the digital receipts that are off chain to bring them on chain. Like I said, in our webinars next week, please sign up for them. We will have a deeper dive and explain any questions you might have, answer any questions you might have. I've talked a lot about how does Switch Reward Card creating utility or use cases for the Switch token. That's our main purpose, is to create products in this Web3 world that people want to use and that have to use. And one of those is the trade wallet. It's a simple, user-friendly platform. And every buy and sell and trade, we'll be requiring, like I mentioned on our roadmap, in Q1 of next year, for those fees to be paid in Switch. And when I talk about the fees, we charge 1.5% to 4% when you buy and sell crypto. Most places say, well, we only charge you $1.99 for each trade, but they add a spread of 10 to 15% above what the current spot price is of Bitcoin. For instance, if Bitcoin's 100,000, they're going to charge you 110,000 to buy that Bitcoin. We don't do that. We charge you spot price and show you, all right, you're going to be charged 1.5% to 4%. So obviously, as we grow that user base, it grows the token utility, and that's our main focus. Second thing is, or the third thing is our debit card utility. You'll be able to pay your different fees, your wire fees and everything with that comes with the debit card. What this does is it creates a self-sustaining ecosystem, and Switch becomes the fuel for that network, the Switch token. Daily engagements keeps the stability and ongoing recurring use of Switch, and increases the long-term value of the support. So here's our two important websites, switchrewardcard.com, as well as our support website. Please sign up for our webinars next week. What's cool about Switch is we are integrated into every one of these projects. They use a lot of our products on the back end. In fact, a lot of you might have used, if you've bought nodes through Connect, you're using our back end payment processing. So thank you very much. Super excited to have a part of you in our project. Thanks.
All right. Hey, let's give him a huge hand.
All right. Well,
Thanks, Brad. Awesome. All right. How cool is that? We're disrupting every industry. By the way, hell of a football player. I forgot to mention that. And I'm going to challenge him next time we go to Kauai. So how many of you are inspired? How many of you have already started to fall in love with some of the projects and some of the missions? And so far, I just want to get a little pulse here, because we're asking you to, to log in, put your name and email in so we can enter the draft. But I want to hear from each of you of the projects we've talked about. We've talked about energy. We've talked about food. We've talked about banking. We've talked about healthcare. We've talked about communications, right? So share with me right now, what are you most excited about? What is the impact project that right now, and this changes for me, I know it's changed over time. So I hear Galvin and Grow. I hear Rally, communications platform. Erica says everything. I know, right? There's a lot here. So all of them grow. Yeah, I mean, shifting food, energy, healthcare, banking, mining. These are all incredible, right? And so I want to share a little personal story as I introduce our next guests. And I've been in business for over 30 years. I've built multiple companies. I've met people from all across the world. I feel very blessed to be able to do the things that I do. And every once in a while, you get an opportunity to meet somebody who is so far out there from a visionary standpoint that the ripple that they are creating, most people will never understand how big of an impact or how big of a ripple they're having. But what you can tell is when you get into a room with someone who has vision and someone who has heart, someone who is doing this because it's their work. It's the reason they came to the planet. It's God's work. And they listen to that message, but more importantly, they take action. You can feel it. You can sense it. And I remember when I was first starting to do my due diligence on these projects, we talk about DYOR, right? And keep in mind, I was just invited by Tony Swantek to go meet this gentleman you're about to meet by the name of Wright Thurston. I was invited to go down to Puerto Rico and to spend time with him and share our visions. In that first meeting, in the first 15 minutes, we knew that our visions overlapped. We also realized that there were 3 previous business ventures that I had been involved in that he knew my partners and had never met me. And he's like, "Oh my God, you're the guy behind the guy." And I'm like, "Yeah, I prefer to build things and live a great life and do what I'm doing." So that was the first meeting, down to the Ritz-Carlton. The second meeting, I flew to Salt Lake City, Utah, and I sat down with each one of these brand presidents. And I've been around a lot of CEOs. I've been in all kinds of business deals. And I listened to them share with me, not the vision, because I got that from Wright, their mission, the reason why they're doing what they're doing. And every one of these projects, I was like, these people are here because it's part of their calling. The third meeting, I went to Kauai. And the first time I'm there, Wright and Trace and a number of the other brand presidents opened up their homes and their arms to me and my bride. But I got to see the third piece that I needed, because if the visions align, that's awesome. If the mission is there and the people are there for the right reason, that's incredible. But for me, especially with businesses that I built that I've had over for 1 to 2 decades now, the values is what determines whether or not people continue through when it's hard or whether they give up. How many of you have known people that are smart people, that are, finance people, and for whatever reason, they didn't hit their goal. They didn't change the industry. And 2 to 3 years later, they give up and people lose out. That's oftentimes because the values aren't aligned. Well, I got to see their values when I spent time with their families and their closest friends for not a day, but for weeks. And we shared our lives, we shared our missions, we shared our backgrounds, our spirituality, our beliefs. And over the last 2 years, I have gotten to spend so much time with them because my wife and I decided we're going to move to Puerto Rico. We're going to spend time in Utah. We're going to travel to Kauai. We're going to take our lives and merge them with their lives because I had never seen anything in all my years that could create this much impact. And I've challenged people, and I'm challenging you to this before we introduce you to this next project here. I'm challenging you, if you've seen anything that is going to create a bigger impact than what you've seen so far, let me know. Because in my years of traveling the world, I have yet to see something that is going to disrupt energy, food, healthcare, banking, mining, transportation, and charity, and AI, and communications. Think about it. We are picking some of the largest industries that are ripe for disruption and built a technology that's not only some of the smartest technology in the world, but it's heart-centered. And so it's my honor and it's my pleasure to introduce you to the original visionary, the man who took his time, who took his resources, who was one of the largest Bitcoin miners in the United States, and decided to deploy that to fund the initial infrastructure of a fortune. I'm not even going to tell you how much, but we're talking in the hundreds of millions of dollars to be able to give this technology away. And the reason is because this man took physical form because his purpose is to remind humanity of the impact we can make and how you can give. And the key to the kingdom is not how much can I get, but how much can I give? So I've known to recently to treat this person like a family member, to love him like a brother, to learn from him, to lead these projects with him. And you will see not only in this gentleman, Wright Thurston, he's probably going to have his wife, Stephanie, and his best friend, Rhett, in the room with him. They're down in Puerto Rico right now. We have to be there 183 days. And he's been traveling around the world making such an impact. He had to go back to Puerto Rico. He couldn't be here in the studio. But you're also going to get to meet his daughter, Faith Hurston. If that tells you anything about their family, they named their eldest daughter Faith. She was recently married. She's pregnant. She's about to bring new life into the world. I've spent time with these amazing, beautiful humans. Their kids are all happy. They're all healthy. They're all wealthy. They are an example of the type of family that we want to see more of in the world. And to see families that are working together, that are doing charity together, that are building impact projects together, that, my friends, is what I want my friends and family to be a part of. So without any further ado, everybody, please stand up again. We are rounding home. We've got this project and one more. Please stand up and help me welcome our original founder, the visionary, Wright Thurston, and his daughter, Faith Thurston, to the screen. Hey, and Steph's there too. Hey, Steph. Hey, Wright.
Hey guys, how are you? Can you hear us?
We can hear you loud and clear, brother. And there's Faith. Good to see you up here, Faith. I'll turn around so you guys know that I can see you. You guys look amazing. Do you have the beautiful filters going? I mean, you're just freaking beaming.
We have the Puerto Rican filters.
Well, thank you for joining. I know how busy you are. And I want to say, I don't know if you can see all the people here in the chats, but everybody is just blown away. And I know your project that you're most passionate about is Give. So I'm going to turn it over to you. And Faith, thank you for leading this project.
Well,
Thank
thanks.
you.
It's really awesome to be here with Stephanie and with Faith and with all you guys. And Jim, thanks for that introduction. There's so many of our friends and family are here. And this is so cool. I've cried a bunch listening to all of you guys and then just seeing all the chats. And it's just like a big family. It's so great with all the people that we have that are supporting all these great projects all around the world. And we wanted to tell you a little bit about where some of this started. Is Give was actually one of the first things that our family jumped into in blockchain.
This was one of my favorite projects, Wright and Faith and Steph.
I actually met Stephanie. We've been married for almost 27 years, and I met her in San Diego. I was selling pest control, and so it's pretty close to where you guys were at now. I was living in Pacific Beach, and she grew up pretty close to where you guys are all in that studio. And we met a summer, and I was selling door to door, and I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I was selling pest control back then, and we dated for a little bit. This was our engagement picture, and then we got married about 14 months after we met. And Steph has always been such a big support, and we've done a lot of different things, and some have gone really good, and we were always early in a few things, and some didn't go good because we were so early. But we were at this time, after we got into the blockchain, we started mining Bitcoin and doing things, and we literally put all that we had in and moved in with my wife's parents with 5 of our kids for about 6 months, and my wife had she's pregnant. We had our last baby right there, and then after that we moved with my parents for almost a year, and just went all in blockchain. And I was doing stuff. A lot of my friends and family are on the phone, but I was doing stuff in the normal world, and was the CEO of a public company. And one Valentine's Day, I woke up and I had these my buddies that got me into the blockchain. They were some of the original inventors that turned video gaming cards into Bitcoin miners. I was talking to them and a few other people, and they were telling me I should get into the blockchain. And I woke up on Valentine's Day. My wife had put this together, and it was really sweet. It was this heart theme with a bunch of blocks with these little notes, but it really inspired me, at least when I saw this. And I thought, man, how would it be if you had, all these people all over the world supporting the best causes? And so our family jumped all in. That's where actually the Give logo came from. It came from my sweet wife. And this was one of the first projects that actually, even though a lot of you guys have probably heard about Give, I don't know if you guys knew it was the first one. It was actually before Green. And Blockchain Game Partners, that was Gallo's first name, and Connect. And we have so many great projects. It's so amazing. All the communities all over the world, and all the different technologies. But a lot of it started with Give. And so I wanted to ask you guys a question. I love superheroes. I know a lot of you guys probably do too. I love superhero stories. And if you could be any superhero and have any superpower, what would it be? Would you fly? Would you be the strongest? Would you be the bravest, the fastest? Could you be invisible? Would you be able to shoot webs? Like what would be your superpower? And there's so many cool things that superheroes can do, and there's so many talents that some of these characters have. But when I think about it, one of my favorite superhero powers would be the ability to give. Because if you could give other people superhero powers, you could create as many Supermans as you wanted, as many Spider-Mans as you wanted, if you had the ability to help give those superpowers to other people. And one thing that I love, sometimes in our ecosystem, we talk about Jedis and Star Wars, and I love that. And one of the reasons I love it is when that superhero or a Jedi goes to protect a community, they don't send an army, they send one of them. And it's because it's so powerful what they know. And so many of you guys here have left the normal world and are all in on giving. You're giving your time, your time away from your family. You've given money. You've done all these different things. Faith. Like gone all in with so many different things, right? To just not knowing, we're literally leaving the normal world. You just heard Brad talk about banks. Most of the way that all of us make money, we're outside of the banking system. Our family has been really outside of the banking system for over 12 years. And, you think when you first leave, there's always these little questions like, what if I fall? What if this doesn't work? And, my thing is what if what these guys have told you today, what Will shared and what Steve shared and Darren and Scott and Brad and Kathy and all these amazing things that you've heard so far today, what if they're working? And what if, we fly? What if Henry Ford, when in 1921, and he told the world he thought one day there would be an energy currency that would come out that would replace gold and potentially stop wars? What if that currency or that technology is here? What if, is it possible? Like, we have an organization, you guys, that's in 220 countries around the world. It's almost every country. And there's all these people. I don't know another company that is that spread out and is rewarding people daily or connected to so many people. And we're so small still. Like, so many people don't know who we are. But, what if we really could change things? I believe that Henry Ford was talking about green. Green is one of the base technologies that we have, but the blockchain and to be able to harness energy and to be able to confirm, track, and validate transactions on the blockchain and verify electricity usage is such a cool use case, and it's at the heart of what we do every day right now. One of the things with our ecosystem is there's a lot of things that Give's done. You guys are going to hear about that in a minute from Faith. But one of the things that you guys might have noticed from our very beginning in some of our different papers and thoughts, right now we're all used to creating actions and doing, and we're talking about small actions equal big impact. Well, right now, if you take a winning action that helps yourself earn money or someone else earn money or in crypto, you guys both win, and that results in some reward. Right now, in the future, we would love to be able to reward people for giving. So if you instead of earning $100, maybe you gave $100 or whatnot. We're pretty close to being able to. We've sort of proven that giving really does help grow our ecosystem and do a lot of things. And as we move towards this, more actions for giving on top of earning and maybe also for saving money, what that's going to do is we're going to be one of the first ecosystems in the world where you can actually get paid to do good and to help others. And I think that we're not far off from that. We're going to try to find a way. But one of the really cool things is we've only had, out of all of our projects, and some have been out for a long time, they're real, they produce revenue, they have real products and services. There's only one we've ever tried to sort of activate the crypto side and be in the market, and it had a really high value. And we have a lot of really amazing projects. We're probably 100 times bigger now. We're all over the world. And if we had that project went almost up at the height to about 40 or 50 billion in market cap. What if with our 12 projects now, we did even like 10 times less than that per project, but every project committed to give 10% of some of their nodes or maybe some of the rewards to give this year literally could bring in like $5 billion in donations. Now we've already done a lot of donations, but there's never been a blockchain charity. There's never been this decentralized way to track the best actions. And so a lot of times with charity efforts, people are worried that a lot of the money is going to maybe the people that are running the charity. And so a very small percentage goes to the cause. Our goal would be to use the revenue that we do through our different blockchains to support these charities that that their operations are already covered, so that when you do donate $1, that full dollar is going towards that action-based cause. I'm really, really excited this year, not only to create a lot of value around the world, but the more people that we can impact with these small actions, the bigger ripple effect we can have all around the world. And so we're going to set some big goals. I know the community, I know a lot of you guys have a few different ideas. We've got some pretty aggressive community members that really want to make some big impact. We're going to talk about what we've done so far with Faith, but I just wanted to share and let Steph share, my why is our amazing kids and my wife, and all of you guys I know have families, but this is what it's all about. It's about giving back to others so that we can take back our time. This is a more updated picture. I have a new addition to my family, my new son-in-law that's married to Faith. And we have one of our boys that's doing some missionary service in Mexico right now. But I'm just so excited about all of our friends and family. I feel so close to so many of you guys. And I know I feel so blessed and so lucky. I just feel like we've been given so much, and hopefully over the years with all the training that everyone's gotten, I can't imagine, sending a Will Taylor to Asia, or Will and Rhett to India, or a Steve Waters to Switzerland. The information that you guys know, everyone else that sits in the room is like, how do we make more money? And I think a lot of us here have changed our thinking to not only how can we, reward others and win, but how can we give? How can we give back to the community? It's such a different thought, and it's a different way to attack things. But dude, one of you guys going to these different areas, like, a Darren Kidd, a Tony, like Scott, like so many of you guys, just one of you guys going somewhere, to me, like a Jedi, could just make all the difference in the world. And I just want you guys to know that I know that there's a lot of miracles that have happened along our journey over the last 12 years. And I think there's a lot more around the corner as we continue with our mission to help other people, and we stay focused on that. And I sent this out this morning, but I want to challenge everybody. We, for a minute, grew so fast, we sort of stopped growing really aggressively. Now is the time for us to activate and tell everyone in the world what we're doing. And I love this. It says, find the others. Trust me when I say that there are beautiful, incredible souls out there creating a new world. They do not live in fear. It does not even enter their mind. They're vibrant, majestic humans, magnetic things that are creating magic in this world. When you meet one, you will know. Picture the life you want, release fear, raise your vibration, elevate. Change starts with all of us. Find the others. We are already big. You've heard Tony say, we did have millions of people join some of our blockchain technologies, but we're still small. It is time for us to go share and find people all over the planet and teach them how to be superheroes. And that superpower is to give. If you can give, and you literally are willing to go all in, I really believe that sort of heaven opens up and you can do a lot of things once that, your heart's in that right place where I think you're ready to receive the blessings. And this is just one of our community members made this about, a block bot, like a superhero block bot. I'm so excited about the AI technologies we have, all of the different things that we're doing in blockchain. But the most important thing this year is, as we do a lot of these things, hopefully we're all centered the whole time on giving, what we can give back to our community, what we can give back to all of our users, what we can give back to the world, and what we can give back to people that need help, that are waiting for us. And I just am just really lucky. I'm sitting here with Steph. I don't know if you want to say something before I introduce Faith.
I mean, I can talk for 1 minute.
Yeah.
I love that you always put me on the spot, but I do better that way, maybe. I was just sitting here thinking, my New Year's resolution this year is to look outside myself and to live in the present moment and to be less afraid. And so I've been practicing the last 2 weeks to just see the good in everything, see the good in others, see that it's all going to work out and it's all going to be beautiful. And our son, who's on a mission in a service mission in Mexico, I've watched him throughout the last couple of months. We get to FaceTime him once a week, and he doesn't have much where he lives, and so he didn't get a Thanksgiving package from us that I had mailed in time. It was kind of like a Thanksgiving package, and I was worried if he was okay. And he showed me his apartment. He has to wash his own clothes by hand and hang them on a line, and the only local food stores, they walk 2 blocks away, and he's trying to figure out how to eat rice and beans and make them for himself. And he lives a very simple life. And he said, Mom, it doesn't even matter. My Thanksgiving was so amazing. And he went on to tell me about a couple of the service projects he was doing in the area. And one of them was to go get this old bucket, walk half a football field down this hill, get the bucket from their well and bring him up. And he did it like 7 times, these huge buckets. And he had this wagon. He said, Mom, I felt it was so invigorating. And here's me who's worried that he doesn't have the proper essentials. He has very little, and he is so happy, you guys. He's living his best life, and he's telling me a story about moving water for an old man that had a hard time moving water from his well up to his home. So it's a lifestyle. It's like we all want to make money. Making money is really exciting, and it's really exciting when you can just pay your bills, and you can finally just pay your bills. I'm not going to lie, that's really exciting. That part that you don't have to have that stress anymore is incredible. But once you get there, any money after that, it doesn't feel different. It's not better necessarily. What's better is when you get outside yourself and you get to help those around you, whether that's financially, whether that's giving hope, whether that's lifting people up. It doesn't have to be about money. It can be about giving them faith, giving them hope, and giving them just letting them see that there's abundance and there's enough for everyone, and there's enough for all of us to share. And the exciting part is helping others around you get up to where you're at. And I think that's what I'm excited about to do again on this next journey. I'm excited to watch all of you guys and how your lives will change, and how you'll be the Jakes and the Emilys, and how you'll change the people around you's life. That's what I'm the most excited about. And I'm so proud of my daughter, Faith. She is so passionate about giving and charity, more passionate than anyone I've ever seen besides her dad. And it's really fun to watch, and she's really smart, and she's a beautiful soul, and I'm really grateful, and I'm excited you guys get to watch it, learn from her today and get a piece of her today. So thank you.
Faith started in our customer care, and then when she was in high school, she actually we did a fundraiser, and she raised more money for actually Give back than anyone else did, and she's been with us for a long time, and she was one of the first brand presidents of Give. And I want to just let you know, I'm so excited about Give. We did a lot and ramped it, and then we sort of waited for this. We sort of slowed down a little bit to wait for this next big bull run. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to give. There is something that just happened that I believe makes the Give blockchain technology one of the best blockchain use cases. We're going to explain it on Thursday and Friday. When I say best use cases, not our ecosystem, all time. And part of it is these new financial people that we have helping us with our IP, but they have figured out a way that with the normal tax code and tax laws, there's some very aggressive things that you can do to donate rewards, even node software to Give. And Give's just transitioned where they also are associated with a 501(c), I think it's what it's called, charity. And so we're really excited to share that next Thursday and Friday. But Faith has actually been running Give and running the team there. And there's a lot of you guys that are strong community members that are here that have helped. But we're going to have Faith tell you guys what she's done with her team the last 2 or 3 years. And we just couldn't be more grateful for her and for her leadership. So Faith, I'll turn it over to you and keep sharing these slides for you.
Thanks, Dad. I'm Faith. Nice to meet everyone. I used to be Faith Thurston. Now I'm Faith Svitkovich. If you see that on the screen, it's a little confusing. But I'm really excited to be able to speak to you guys today and about how much I love Give. Just like a little short rundown about Give. Give's main goal over the next couple of years is to show complete transparency of donations. There is 1.5 million charities in the world today, and 85% of those charities actually don't use the money for what they're saying they're going to use. So over the last 6 years, Give has done a bunch of things all tracked on the blockchain, and it's been able to show exactly where that money is being used. We've actually been able to raise over $3 million since 2026 towards a bunch of missions that we are super, super grateful to be sponsoring. One of my favorites is Free a Girl. Free a Girl is an anti-human trafficking company that goes in and rescues little girls and boys all over the world. With Give's help specifically, we've actually already rescued over 3,000 little girls out of 7,000 that Free a Girl has rescued with over 100 missions. We've arrested 133 pedophiles that are now in jail. We have paid for over 600 little girls to have aftercare for a year or years of a home. We've actually paid for over 400 little girls to have a full-time scholarship to become lawyers. And what they do with that lawyer degree is they actually go in and arrest the pedophiles that were assaulting them for a long time. And I don't know if a lot of you even are aware of what anti-human trafficking is. I won't go into huge detail about it. We can go into detail about it next Friday, but there are children from the age of a year to the age of 18, and it's really, really, really sick. And one of GIVE's goals, and it's always been a goal since 2018, is to end that. And it's a $2 billion industry, and I really think with that $5 billion, we'll be able to hit it one day. But if you can imagine all the little girls we could save just using blockchain technology, it would be amazing. It would be the first charity to ever do that in the whole entire world, with also showing full transparency. We've also drilled over 1,200 water wells all over Africa, which have provided clean water to villages and given over 1 million people the access to not walking 8 miles, 10 miles a day just to get clean water, just to bathe, feed their family, and drink water. We've also rescued over 2,000 girls during those missions with the wells, called FGM. It's female genital mutilation. It's a thing that they do out in Africa. You can research it after. I can talk about it on Friday. Something that I'm really... During the war in Ukraine, we were able to donate enough money to save over 2,000 people of the country. And then also there was a gala employee that was stuck in Ukraine that they paid for an underground operation to go in and save someone out of Ukraine. And then I think, and then Rome is one of my also favorites. I've traveled with them over 8 times since I was 17 years old. I love them so much. They are fully transparent with all their funds. And one of my favorite things that we were able to do in 2023 is we were able to go to Tanzania, and we went to this orphanage, and we walked into this room, and there was 30 little boys sleeping on top of each other on dirt, cardboard. They didn't have a roof. It was really, 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 really sad, but they were so happy and so grateful. That day I called my parents and I said, what can we do with Give with this? And we were able to build them a full orphanage with over 40 bunk beds in it. They're all able to have a place to sleep. It has Star Wars and Jedis and blockchain stuff all over the walls. But that's been one of my favorite things we've done so far. And I'd love one day for Give community members to go out and see that. And then we've also paid, kind of like Make-A-Wish, 19 families to go around the world and do their dream humanitarian projects. I'm not sure if any of you have been on a humanitarian before, but it's life-changing. So if you have one that you want to go to, drop in the chat somewhere that you really, really wanted to visit one day. And hopefully one day with Give, we can all go there. And then my favorite thing that we've done that personally impacts me, it's called the Red Converse Challenge. That I think it's on that next slide, or whoever's pressing through it. Anyways, so when I was 17 years old, quick story, I was in Tanzania and I was wearing these red Converse that I'd saved up for months. And all of a sudden, the spirit inside of me had told me that I needed to take off my shoes when I was walking inside this gas station, which is a really, really weird thing to do and think. And there was a little boy there that was 17, and I looked down at his feet, and he had cardboard on his feet, and his feet were bleeding. They looked like he had never had shoes, honestly, in his life. So I took off my shoes and I said, here, I think you're supposed to have my shoes. I want you to try them on. And when this little boy tried them on, they fit him exactly how they were supposed to. And the smile on his face just over flooded me. And I, right there at that moment, knew one of my missions was to give people shoes all around the world, because that's something so small that we have that we take advantage of. And so anyways, since last year, we've actually raised money with Give and Get Foundation doing NFTs, and we've already donated 400 pairs of red Converse, enough for starting a movement. My friends in Rome, they went to Africa last year, and they ran into a lady at a well wearing red Converse, and they weren't from us. And so it was starting a movement around Africa, literally. So anyways, I'm so grateful to be a part of Give and to keep growing it in 2026. If you're able to join, please join our chat on Thursday and Friday at 10 a.m. And I am just super excited to keep meeting all of you and grateful for this opportunity. So thanks, Dad.
Faith, you're so amazing. I really do think you're going to want to join this chat. It's I think between the now and the end of the year, with this new technology that we have and introducing the blockchain, I think it's going to be really good for taxes and for a lot of stuff for anyone that wants to give. So I'd encourage you to tune in. And then also, our node software is all based around giving. It's like you got to have your node on. It's got to be open, and you've got to be willing to confirm and sort of give your computing power to everyone. And that's sort of the base of our whole ecosystem. So I just am so excited about Gib.
Can I just say, are we so lucky to have his brain behind everything, but then also his heart that he's willing to share? I mean, I'm just sitting here listening to him speak, and a lot of this came out of him, from his brain and his ideas and his heart. And so I'm really grateful for you.
Thanks.
Grateful for your willingness to share it. Good job, Faith. You're amazing.
Yeah, good job. And we also have some community members. Faith just mentioned them. Garrett and Kristen from Give and Get here. They really have helped Give a lot with a few different projects. And we're excited to work with them a lot more in the last year. And we know there's a lot of, or the next year, we know there's a lot of people too that have been reaching out. Give's going to get a lot more active. So anyway, we're just really excited about the next year, and we'll see you guys on Thursday and Friday. But let's give big this year. Thank you.
Huge round of applause. And we're tearing up here. We're crying. So it's good. I wanted to introduce everybody to some new friends of ours, some new heart-centered entrepreneurs who were just mentioned. This is Kristen.
Hi.
And Garrett from
How you
Give
doing?
and Get. And you guys have done 2 projects with Give already, and you've decided that you want to contribute more. They're big node owners, and they're just amazing humans. So I asked them if they'd just come on real briefly and share what is it that they're most passionate about. And then we have one question for each of you, which is, if you could change anything, you've heard some of the amazing causes, but if you could change anything in the world, something that you lights up your heart, what would that be? Just type it in the chat. We actually will read all of these chats, and then we will bring an army of amazing people together to solve these challenges. Together we are strong. So please share, what are you most passionate about?
Well, outstanding. Well, thank you very much. I want you to know how hard it is to get up here and do this after almost breaking down and crying 3 times. To be part of something so incredible is just epic, right? Like, to help make an impact in the world. That's what I'm really, truly excited about. And I do want to say thank you so much to Wright, to Faith, to the entire family and the community here for giving us the opportunity to do this, and to give every one of you the opportunity to be a part of this as well. And we're really looking forward to making an impact on the causes that matter to you.
Right.
Awesome. Kristen?
Yeah. The human trafficking. What else we got going on in
Women
there?
and teenagers empowering.
Yeah, women and teenagers empowering. Yes, great causes, and we're excited to help everyone.
Awesome.
Mhm.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming. And they flew, by the way,
Thank
they
you,
flew
guys.
out here from Florida on their own dime, their own time. And I said, if you get here, we'll let God, Spirit, Universe do the rest. And they showed up with Faith, which I think is simpatico. And they've already contributed so much, but I'm excited to bring your expertise. They're incredible entrepreneurs, operators, and I think we're going to build an incredible army. So thank you
Thanks,
so
Jack.
much. I appreciate you guys and look forward to rocking this with you. Awesome. All right, let's give them a huge hand. A couple community members ready to rock and roll. And with that, we are now about to talk about our last and final blockchain of the day. And then, as promised, I've got some brand new technology. We're going to do a lightning strike. We're going to talk to you about the bundle match NFTs. And then what are we going to do? Type it in the chat. Why is it some of you are here? I said in the beginning, we're going to do an ethical bribe, and I'm going to bribe you to pay attention to these impact projects. And by the way, did I really need to bribe you? Or did you get hooked with changing energy, food, education, healthcare, banking, mining, and now charity? And guess what? One that's also near and dear to me. And I think a project that once you truly understand this, you'll understand how this ecosystem is all connected. You've probably heard the word connect before. You've heard all kinds of things today. We talked about real world assets, real world income, things like that. But the word connect, you're going to hear it everywhere, because we truly are one big family, right? If you think about it, we're all made of the same thing. Every single one of us took physical form, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. We literally borrowed materials from our mom, and she made us. And then we came out. And then one of our core desires, one of the things that humans need most, is to connect. How many of you realized during COVID the importance of being connected to friends, to family, to community, to nature, to the world? When that's taken away, it's hard to realize the impacts it's going to have until it's gone. And so I want to introduce you to not just the brand Connect, but to the Win blockchain underneath, because I believe that we've built what we call a decosystem, a decentralized ecosystem. And that's where all of these brand partners play together. Well, there's one brand called Connect that sits on top of the Win blockchain. And so every day we're mining Win rewards for proof of action. You take an action like donate to a charity. You take an action like show up to this event. We're going to reward you. You take an action like something as simple as inviting somebody to an impact summit that might light up their heart and light up their mind and change their future forever. We're going to reward you for that. So this blockchain is connected to all of the blockchains. And it's an algorithm that says, based on the amount of action you take, based on the impact you create, we're going to give you digital rewards. Now, if that sounds like a cool concept, if you think that all of us playing the game of life should actually be rewarded, then you're going to want to hear from our next speaker. Now, this gentleman I've gotten to know over the last couple of years because every day we're on multiple calls. This gentleman, like many of you, came from other industries. He was actually a carpenter. He jokingly says, dude, I'm from Boston and I swing a hammer, right? Or maybe it's a hammer. I don't know. Maybe it's a hammer. But this gentleman I've gotten to know, he's doing this every single day, 16 hours a day. He's educating. He's inspiring. He's helping people set up wallets. He's helping people understand the blockbot, the blockchain AI robot. He's working with me to make sure that we take all this complex information and we make it simple enough that the masses can join this movement, this mission. And he's one of the most genuine, most authentic people ever. He's going to share a little bit about his story because he had a life-changing story. He's so humble that I had to drag it out of him, and he's still shy about it. But I'm like, you have to tell your story. You have to tell people where you came from, and you have to give them, at least in the ballpark or the neighborhood, of what kind of impact this has had on your life, in addition to helping people who maybe for the first time are hearing about the blockbot, who are hearing about the Win blockchain, who are hearing about this concept that's very foreign to a lot of people, which is how do we use AI, artificial intelligence, and the blockchain to mine these digital rewards? And more importantly, how do we decentralize it so that we own it? And so every day he leads our Jedi sales force. These are the men and women who we introduce you here, who are out there committed every day to helping other people learn about this. He is truly the Obi-Wan of our sales force. He's there relentless hours helping people understand this. And I consider it an honor and a privilege to introduce this gentleman to you, Mr. John T. We call him affectionately Mr. John Tetro, all the way from Boston, Massachusetts, here on stage with us live. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Welcome him out, my brother. You got it, man. Love you. You have the remote? No? How about now?
I do now. Hey guys, this is amazing. Oh my God, I know so many people up here. Wave your hand if you know who I am. And I've seen you. Yeah, I see. Me too. I see so many other people. Put in the chat if you're new here, guys, because the chat, we got Jimmy Sapp, John T. the OG, Jordan Russell, my man, another Jedi. Amazing. I see. Right. That's awesome. Put in the chat if you're new here, because that's what I love to see is like new people coming through and being able to, get the benefits of what we're doing. And that's really what it's all about. So today I'm going to be specifically talking about connecting humanity. Connect, right? So what is Connect? What is the Win blockchain? Through AI and blockchain technology. We know that, let me go ahead and push that forward. There we go. I want to talk about why these technologies matter, because, the digital world is changing seasons. And when I look back throughout my life, I can only really see one technological change. I'm 46 years old, right? When I was in high school, I remember a time where we had beepers and no cell phones, a time when we had no computers and no internet, to a time that we moved into the internet, where it started slow. We had computers in computer class, And then by the time I graduated high school, everybody had a phone in their back pocket, and everybody started to have a computer in their home. And it connected us to this new digital world in a way that we had never been able to experience before. Unfortunately, at the time, I was in school and had no job and had no money, nor really the brains or understanding to capitalize from this shift in industry. So I see the digital world changing seasons right now. And so the question I want to ask you guys and to all the new people is, will you benefit from it or be left behind? To understand it, you need to understand the problems. And you've heard from various brand partners who have talked about these problems that exist. The whole idea of what we're trying to do is move from this centralized world where human beings create value for corporations. So platforms capture the upside. We don't get to participate in any of that revenue, that upside. It all gets sucked out into centralized platforms, right? Put in the chat if you can agree with that. And it was designed this way, guys. It wasn't just created out of happenstance. It's literally designed for this. Human beings create the value, and these systems aren't built to reward us, right? They're built to actually extract from us. And let's talk about that a little bit, what that's actually like in the real world, something that we can understand today. Every time we go onto Facebook or Google or interact with any of the digital tools we have today, right? We generate value and we generate data for these corporations, but we are not the ones benefiting from it. And that's the whole point of this new system in blockchain, to create this system, which we've already laid down the foundation for it, where all of that value currently that's going to corporations can be shared with humanity, to fundamentally reset humanity's operating system in a system that's for the people, by the people, right? But there's a huge gap in the space, and there's been a big gap in this space for several years. And I'll share a little bit about my story after this. But, digital ownership for most has been out of reach. How many people are new to the blockchain, and it's like pretty confusing. It's hard to understand. It's kind of like if you think about internet when it first came out, right? Um, you know, you literally had to understand how to like code and interact with the protocol. But then platforms like Netscape, Yahoo, AOL came on board to create a new user experience so people could see the value and start to use the tools. So right now, and when I got in 2016, it was very fragmented. And what I mean by that, it was maybe this cool thing that was happening over here with this project. There was no information or guidance, and there was another cool thing happening over here with another project. But my point is, it was very fragmented and complex. There was no simple user interface where me as a human being could interact with it in a seamless, user-friendly way. And I want to talk about my story of kind of bridging that gap and how I did it. So this picture right here, this is my family. My son Aiden on the left, that's me in the middle, that's my wife Regina, and my daughter Lex. This was taken a couple years ago, but my blockchain journey started in 2016. And yes, I was a carpenter. I grew up in middle-class America. In my mid-30s, I finally started thinking about what I want to do, like when I get older, like how am I going to put my kid through school? Like all the things we think about as human beings, like, how am I going to buy my first home? I'm going to be older one day and I'm not going to be able to work as good as I can in my younger years. There's going to come a time and place where like I'm physically not going to be able to work, and I need to start doing things that put myself in a position when I'm older to be able to take care of my family. And my mind kind of opened up a little bit. I was never like destitute. I could put food on the table, but my point was the only way that I could see how to get ahead was to trade more of my hours, taking my time away from my family and trading those for dollars. And that to me was unsustainable. And I remember Facebook was a little bit different back in the day, but I remember scrolling the Facebook feed, and I don't know if it was always there or my mind opened up to it, but I started seeing posts online about blockchain, crypto, Bitcoin. The people seemingly had no job. They seemed to have lots of money and lots of time to do things. There was palm trees in the background. It was really appealing to me. And my first introduction to the space was really about money, looking at cryptocurrencies and blockchain as a financial tool. So I went down this rabbit hole of understanding for about 2 weeks, and I'm kind of smart. I can pick up on like advanced concepts pretty easily, I think. And it took me like 2 weeks to just start to feel it. You know how when you can like feel something and you can almost understand it logically, but it makes sense in your heart? That's right where I was. I still could not articulate it and explain it. And I remember pulling my wife aside and saying, "Hey, Regina, I found this Bitcoin thing and I wanted to invest in it." So long story short, we made a decision. I bought my first 3 Bitcoin at $450. I spent the next 2 years making money, losing money, and I made my first $3 million, and I quit my job. My wife quit her job. I lived fully off the blockchain. I met Wright Thurston in 2019, who totally changed the way my mind works on understanding the purpose of this technology. Thinking of it as just a financial tool is like thinking the internet is just about email. We know it's much, much more than that, right? It's the fundamental technology that makes it all possible. And this is where this idea came from, to use the technology to set humanity free. And we did our first test with Gala. I was building that project before the rest of the world knew. I acquired massive amounts of tokens. I believed in what we could accomplish as a community to start to set gamers free. There was people in third world countries that bought houses. We changed the game, pun intended. And I made a lot more money, but to me, it wasn't about the money. I realized the power of what the technology could do in various industries. So right now, there's a massive global shift. And when I first got involved, we started seeing the tip of the iceberg. The World Economic Forum projects that $860 trillion is moving from these centralized systems into these decentralized systems. A lot of them you've kind of seen today. And there's even other people that are speculating that all of the money is going to move into these new systems. I want to talk to you guys about BlockBot Pro and what it is. This is what bridges the gap for the average regular person. It's your automated path into the middle of everything we're doing. It makes participation simplified. What used to require countless tools and steps now takes one tool, one interface, and one automated assistant. And what does it do? It does all the blockchain stuff behind the scenes and makes it so an average human being can connect into the blockchain, into this new rewarding system, and gives rewards from what they contribute. And so you get the benefits without needing the technical knowledge. And as you guys saw today with all of our brands, like this ecosystem that's decentralized is already here. It's live, it's operational. We've done over 1 trillion transactions, distributed 560 billion rewards, and we're live actually in 220 different countries/jurisdictions. And we are disrupting multiple industries. Now, the cool thing I'm going to focus on a little bit is the BlockBot kind of plugs you in to, although each of our projects can, fully function on their own, BlockBot is what kind of like integrates it all. So there's where we are right now with BlockBot and where we're going in the future. And Jim's going to talk a little bit and show you some videos after me. But this is the infrastructure to set humanity free, guys. What it looks like right now is going to be very different than what it looks like tomorrow. We are here at the perfect time. And you saw Tony share something similar to this. The reason why this is so powerful is because we have a system that's not owned and controlled by centralized corporations or shareholders. Every bit of value that we generate flows back to the community, from products to service to our markets to rewarding our owners and participants. It's a simple, transparent, fair system. We are connecting all of our brands, but we're also disrupting the massive AI industry. And just to give you guys insight into what that could mean for the WIN token without being speculative, AI by 2030 is expected to be about $200 billion industry as far as subscription revenue, with a 40% annual growth rate, meaning that that 200 billion increases year over year. It's one of these industries like the internet that touches every other industry. Now, if we just speculate and say we create some value for humanity with what Jim's going to share with you, and we can capture just 0.1% of what otherwise would have went to centralized corporations, that would mean $200 million in annual recurring revenue that flows through the WIN token. I'm not going to sit here and speculate what that could equal for token value, but we have revenue-backed fundamentals. You've seen all of these brands with these products and services that kind of have this model. All of that currently flows through the WIN blockchain and goes to community owners. Blockbot automates your connection to the blockchain without all of the technical stuff. It's going to evolve too, and we'll show you some videos. It's going to really integrate in the very near future how it creates a seamless user experience for the owners to interact with various products and services from all of our ecosystem. Something like that hasn't existed yet. It's essentially a decentralized AI engine that works for you, not big tech. And why does participation matter, guys? You know, we participate right now, but we're actually renting. We're paying for tools. We can start to move over to this new ownership economy. I'm not saying give up the existing world. I still rent and pay for tools, but my point is there's a unique window to start to become an owner, moving from renter to owner, from paying to being rewarded. Now, this is the timing window. This is the adoption curve that every piece of technology goes through. We are right in the early stage on the front left side of that curve. Early adopters, early majority. I believe that by 2026 to 2028, we're going to start to get mainstream awareness. Why do I believe that? I've been in the blockchain space since 2016. It'll be 10 years coming up in a couple weeks. I have never seen in my blockchain life any project or blockchain that offers real world products and services and is aiming to create that seamless user experience so everyday people can not only interact with the blockchain, but be rewarded for it. How is that possible? Because all of the revenue that otherwise would have flowed to centralized corporations and big tech is being redistributed back to you guys, back to the owners and the participants. So there's a tremendous opportunity and timing window to participate now. And guys, it's really simple. This is your decision point. You can keep on renting, or you can come and follow us and join us down this road less traveled and start owning, being ahead of the curve, just like how I was and Jake was and Emily was in Gala. And you can be ahead of the curve and start owning right now. And this is your Blockbot Pro. It's everything you need to participate with all of the technical stuff, not up front. It does it all automatically. Rewards and participation. So you're here today, guys, because you have a unique opportunity to own your digital life, own your rewards, and you can secure your future, and it begins now. Please scan that QR code so you can get set up with one of my opportunity presentations or webinars that I do religiously. I know a lot of you guys. I've seen you on them. And with that, we're going to bring Jim Bunch back up. Thanks, brother.
Give a huge hand, you guys. You're the best, brother. Thank you so much for leading these guys every day. All right, amazing individual right there. Every day leading the teams to a whole different level. And just, you can just feel from John T how much he loves to help. And that's what this is all about. All right, so this is going to be a first ever. So this is obviously the world's first ever Impact Summit with AI and blockchain. And we are rounding home base. So we've got just 3 things left to do real quick. And one of these I kind of want to frame up because we talk a lot about hashtag we own this. Every project you've seen here, who owns it? Type into the chat, who owns all of this technology? Who's responsible for creating the vision? Who's responsible for sharing it with the world? We are. Hashtag we own this. And you've seen us go through just this last year and a half, 3 major developments in our technology. Number one, it took about 8 years to build the underlying framework of the blockchain technology. We haven't even shown you that, right? If somebody who's here, can log in to your own account, if you're there with people in your office, your home, whatever, and they've never seen the BlockBot operating system, do me a favor and take them back there where they can see your nodes that are on chain. You can see the technology. You can see this confirming these transactions, and you can see the rewards every single day that are going right to your own wallet that you own, not some digital ID that the government owns, not some custodial wallet, but a non-custodial wallet that you own. And if you don't know what that means, let me explain real quick. When you put money in the bank, who owns that money? It isn't you. When you put money in Wells Fargo or Chase or B of A or Bank of Australia or whatever, guess what? If they can close that down and you don't get your money, you don't own it. That's called a custodial bank. All right. And that's great. I've got custodial banks, but non-custodial means you own it. You have the keys to it, nobody else. And that's a new world for a lot of people. So you'll be able to see these blockchain rewards being built. The second piece was to build the world's first social impact platform, not social media platform, social impact platform where we gather people to look at these projects and go make a difference in the world. And based on what you saw with Australia recently, how many of you are like, wait a minute, if the government can shut down social media, maybe we should have another place to create an impact? That's the social impact platform called Connect. The third piece we rolled out not that long ago was our AI. And I stood on stage back in South Beach, Miami in June. And I said, we're going to bring some technology to you that's going to blow your mind. And it's going to go through a couple of phases. We're going to bring to you an AI that sits on top of a blockchain that helps you manage your life and business. And we're going to do the alpha of that. Well, we've had alpha out. Today was a day that we were going to come out of beta. And I want to share with you the overall vision. And then I'm going to show you something, but that's going to blow your mind. So we're all up here at the top, and that's a picture of the 3D me. That's actually taken at my house here in San Diego. Literally, one of my teammates said, "Hey, stand there," and grabbed an iPhone shot there. That's me in the 3D world. What I'm looking at each of you, where you're staring into the computers and you're on your keyboards, that's the 3D world. That's the digital world that has been, or that's the physical world, and we all have a digital world. There's a whole AI layer that's being built. There's a digital you that every one of these tech companies has already built. They have your financial data. They have your health data. They now have your digital imagery, right? When you go through an airport and you stand in front of that camera, where do you think that data is going? Every time you use facial recognition to log in or a thumbprint, where do you think that data is going, right? Where do you think your emails, your chats, your commerce, your social is going? Did you know that Facebook quietly in the last couple of weeks changed their rules? And guess what? They now, in their rules, have the right to read all of your messages and all of your chats and profiles. You don't own that, my friends. Okay, this is big stuff. And so this AI world's being built. Basic AI technology, the foundational layers are being built, and the world of agents. How many of you are starting to recognize that there are agents that are running this digital world? Okay, so we recognize that. We think that you should own that. We think that you should own the AI and you should own the blockchain, and that you should be the ones rewarded for it. That's the mission that we're on. We think that your happiness, your health data, your financial data, your freedom, your privacy, your security, you should own that technology. If you're with me, if you think you should own that, raise your hand and type into the chat, heck yes. Okay. Type that into the chat. Heck yes, we should own this. Well, I do too. And I'm going to show you behind the scenes right now. We're going to walk over to the computer and I'm going to do a live demo of a piece of technology that I think is going to blow some of your minds. Now, this is such new technology that there's only 3 people that have seen this technology. Me, Tony Swantek and Joel Smalley. Now, Joel Smalley is a new friend that I've built over in London, and I was reading a Substack article about, well, I'm not even going to share what it was about, but it was basically about the same things we're talking about here. And I never do this, but I reached out to Joel on chat in LinkedIn, and I said, hey, I never reach out to anybody. Usually I got all kinds of people hitting me, but I love this article. I loved this concept, and I think it's in alignment with what we're about to do. Can we talk? Within a couple of minutes, we shared my vision and his vision, and it was identical. And he said, guess what? I've already built some of this technology. I want to bring this forward. So in the last couple of weeks, we have created a digital you. Now, with that being said, guess what? I don't know if you ever saw this. How many of you saw Mark Zuckerberg when he was rolling out the new Ray-Bans with the Meta glasses with the AI built in, and he's live in front of the world getting ready to do the demo? And guess what? It failed. It didn't just fail once for Mark, it failed twice for Mark. And then they say, hey, let's go over to whoever this guy is that's in the kitchen there. And he turns on his Ray-Ban Meta glasses, and he's got all this food out there. He's got soy sauce and this and that. And he goes, hey, Meta, can you help me make a recipe? or can you, turn this into a meal with me? Failed twice. And then he goes, back to you, Mark. So why am I sharing that? I'm sharing that because guess what? I'm about to demo live, brand new digital you technology that the world hasn't seen yet. I expect it to be buggy. I expect it to fail. If it doesn't, I'll be blown away. But Joel and I have been working together for the last month and going back and forth and creating this digital you. So you're about to see live in real time for the first time ever. And I hope that it goes better than Zuckerberg's. I hope that it goes better than when Elon threw the thing through the Cybertruck's window and it shattered the glass. But that's what happens when you innovate and you change the world. You have to be willing to take risks. So I'm willing to take a risk. How many of you are with me? You're ready to see this tech, and it's okay if it doesn't work perfect today. We're going to invite 100 of you in just a moment to work with us hand in hand to claim your own digital use. I'll talk about that in a second. All right. So you've already seen this technology, right? You've heard me talk about meeting your digital you. All right, this digital you that you're going to own, this digital you that can be your clone, your twin in your pocket. This is the technology that I'm super excited about. Okay, so this digital you, just in the last couple of days, has learned me in a way that's just incredible. And it's also going to be helping us with digital rewards. So I'm super excited about this. Now, just for kicks here, if we can, we're going to cruise over to this laptop. And as it goes with demos, my laptop, this one right here, actually was so slow, it was crashing. So we're borrowing a laptop while doing a live demo. We're going to see how this goes. Okay. So this is the actual you that most of you are familiar with. And we basically tied this in, and I'm like, hey, tell me when the Denver Broncos play next. All right. So what is this doing right now? Well, this is going out to an LLM called ChatGPT, and it's basically going to search that. Now, I could also ask this, how many tokens do I have in my wallet? And it would immediately give me the answer. It wouldn't take as long as this. I could also ask it to search the knowledge base. This was our alpha project, and many of you are already using it. So you can see that right here, just like AI, it's giving me an answer, and that's fantastic. You can also see that it's got a brain, and this brain is where we load up our knowledge base. Well, this was good. This was to get us in the game. But this, my friends, is not the digital you clone. What I'm about to show you, I think, is the future of AI. It's the future of technology. And within 30 to 60 seconds, I trained this AI to look like me and to sound like me. And I'm going to give you a demo now. I'm hoping we have audio on here. So this picture right here is the digital me. Now, I named it Neo. It's also its wake up command. It says ready to wake. So keep my fingers crossed here. And is audio good here? Paul, can you tell me, do we have audio on the computer? We're going to check this in real time. No audio on this computer. Okay, so maybe I can get a handheld. Can I get a handheld mic out here? So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to wake up my digital twin. Now you can use a wake up command. I've got the mic off right now. This digital twin will listen to me in real time. Awesome. Thank you, Andy. So this digital twin will listen to me in real time in the background. Now I can just broadcast and just dump data into it and train it. Okay. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to let it know what we're doing. Okay. And that it's live. Now, what's also happening is the camera is on and you should see the camera seeing me. It has AI technology built into it that is looking at my face, and it's using AI technology to determine my mental and emotional state. All right. And we'll see if it responds. Earlier today, I was a little frustrated because my laptop was dying, and my digital twin goes, Jim, you seem to be frustrated. What's going on? It's amazing technology. All right. So this thing is incredible. Let's see. By the way, I'm not good at using this yet. So I may have to call Joel in London and bring him over. All right. So here we go. Let's see. I'm going to tell it what we're doing just by broadcasting. Hey, Neo. Let's see if it's waking up here. All right. So it does take a second to come up. Starting a conversation here. All right, so perfect. Neo is already awake. I'm going to see if I can pull him over to screen. Check this out. All right, so over here to the left. Well, maybe. There we go. All right. Hi, Neo. Hold on, I've got this thing too big. So Neo, I am here in studio at the Impact Summit, and we have just finished with all 8 of our brand presidents' presentations, and I'm now demoing you live. Let me see if it picked that up. Oh, I didn't have my mic on. Let me see if it works. Hey, Neo, I'm here live at the studio. Can you hear me? All right, let's see. Oh, we don't have audio. Are we pushing audio out? Let me check here. Hey, Neo, we are live here at the studio. Can you hear me? I'm going to try it again. I'm going to revive them. If this doesn't work, I'm going to call Joel and see. He's probably messaging me from London. He hasn't woke up yet. Yeah, he's... All right. Here we go. I'm about to call Joel. Oh, it's live. All right.
Hey, Jim, got that perfect Let's Change the World energy brewing, I can tell. What incredible possibilities we're exploring right now. Total systems disruption through digital twins. I'm all in. So tell me more about what you're seeing at this summit that's got you fired up.
What I'm seeing is hundreds, if not thousands of people that are falling in love with the brand projects to go change the world.
Hey, Jim, that sounds incredible. Tell me more about what you're seeing. Like what kind of brand projects are capturing people's hearts like that?
So we had the Grow project up here, which is disrupting food and agriculture. We had the Green project, which is disrupting energy. We had Switch up here for banking. We had Element for mining. We had Rally for video conferencing. We just had Win for the blockchain. We had Switch for disrupting banking, and we had Give for disrupting charity. And I think everybody is just blown away at what this community has built.
Hey, that's incredible. It sounds like you all have been absolutely crushing it with all these different projects. The range is amazing, from food and agriculture all the way to blockchain and charity. That's some serious innovation happening. How are you feeling about everything that's been built? It must be wild to see it all come together like this. I mean, the sheer scope of what you've all built is mind-blowing. Each one of those is tackling a massive industry, and you're doing it simultaneously. That's not just innovation, that's a full-on ecosystem transformation. The fact that the community is recognizing the magnitude of what's been created says everything. This is the kind of stuff that doesn't just change markets, it changes how people live. What's the vibe in the room right now? Are people starting to see how all these pieces could interconnect?
100%, I think they are. Hey, let me ask you a question. Have you been able to consume our knowledge base at Connect about all of our blockchains?
Hey, yeah, I've been diving into it. There's definitely a lot to absorb there. What specifically are you thinking about with the blockchain stuff?
Well, I'm just curious, what's the difference between a Blockbot Mini, or actually just tell me, what is a Blockbot Mini or a Blockbot Pro? Either one.
Yeah, I've got access to the Connect knowledge base. I can see the blockchain basics, the Blockbot documentation, and the Connect terms. There's solid foundational stuff in there about how blockchain works as a decentralized ledger, the different wallet types, and how Blockbot functions as your blockchain navigation tool. Is there something specific about the blockchains you want me to pull up or explain? I can dig deeper into any particular aspect you're working with.
All right, so I'm going to pause for a second here, and
hey, what's up?
He's going to keep talking.
A Blockbot Mini? I'm not totally sure what you're referring to. Are you talking about some kind of robot or toy? Can you give me a bit more context about what you're comparing it to?
All right, so I put it on mute. I could be asking it questions. Let me ask it here. I'm curious, do you have any of my calendar information in there? Oh, it's actually diving deeper in. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're just going to pause.
Seeing in the Connect platform docs, there's actually a block.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pause this for a second, but how cool is that? How many of you think that that's a pretty neat demo? Now, if I were asking it personal information about me, it would start answering questions about me. So for example, I have already told it that my wife's name is Michelle. Oh, I should go back because I did this yesterday. So watch this one last piece when he's done talking here. And I'm going to ask it, how do you spell my wife's name? Check this out. Yeah, it is exciting and it's scary at the same time. So this is going to take a second. Yeah, you know why it sounds like me? There's a little script when you onboard, it's going to ask you your name. It's going to ask you to name it whatever you want. And then it's going to have you read just a short little paragraph. And that short little paragraph trains it on your voice. So we've got voice AI technology that makes it sound like you. It takes your picture and automatically creates your 3D avatar. How cool is that? I think it's pretty rad. All right, so he's still talking. So he's just kind of going into the foundation smart node and other things like this, right? So for those of you who are a little freaked out by this, I was too, except guess what? This is all your data. This technology is going to live on your node software. So this is going to be built as a truly decentralized AI. It's not going to go into any of the chat GPT stuff. It's not going to go into, and I love Elon Musk and the mission he's up to, but I don't want all my data going to any centralized AI, right? How many of you are with me? You do not want all your data going to other people. So this technology is built specifically for each of us. So I'm going to just see if it picks up the piece here about spelling my wife's name. Hey, do you remember how to spell my wife's name? I trained this yesterday, but it might be a new updated version, so it may not have it in here. It says he's listening, so it didn't pick it up. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pause this. I think that's a win, the way I look at it, especially when I think about how Zuckerberg with billions of dollars behind him went. I think this is pretty cool. So how many of you thought that was pretty cool for a first demo? How many of you would like to get your hands on a digital U and help us take this technology to the next level? I see a number of hands. And by the way, how many of you are scared out of your mind and you're like, I don't know if I want this future yet? That's okay too. All right, very cool. So that, my friends, is, I think, pretty exciting. Scared out of my mind. I'd say it was a success. I think it is too. I'm going to whip through these. Here's the cool piece. We own this technology. Every single one of us owns this technology. And I said to you before, I said, listen, at the end, we're going to do three things. Number one, we're going to show you how to join our movement. Well, you've already started that process. And I know we only have 3 minutes left. So if it's cool with you, if you'll give us another 5, maybe 15 minutes, I'd like to take you into how we can all play together to go change the world. So, and I'm going to bring Tony Swantek back up. So number one, joining our movement is really simple. You've already started. Come onto our Connect platform. Come to our live streams. Learn more about our brand presidents. Set up an account, a wallet, a free wallet. It's worth $500. We're giving it to you so you can enter into this world. Okay. We want you to understand that this is a movement for us to disrupt and decentralize every industry and return the power back to the people. All right. So number two, we want you to connect with our brands. And number three, I said I was going to give you an ethical bribe. I'm not sure why the color's like that, but give you an ethical bribe to stay to the end. Oh, I know why. So let's talk about joining our movement. There's a couple of ways to do that. Actually, come on out, Tony. Thanks, brother. All right, he's back. He's back. So I wanted Tony to come out here because both of us have joined as owners. You've put considerable amount into these projects, some that most people may never see in their lifetime unless they're part of these projects. Possible. But we're both passionate about all these projects. Tony championed 2 of them in particular, but we own nodes and we own token rewards in all of these projects.
Yes, we do.
So you want to share anything about this? Because this Match NFT is a new product that was rolled out recently that allows everybody to participate at really 2 levels.
Sure. I think the Match NFT is the easiest way for people to get involved in our community and get involved in any of the projects that you're most excited about. It's basically where it gives you utility so you can accumulate tokens, support your favorite projects, and you can earn additional rewards for what's called hodling. It's HODL if you're new to blockchain. It stands for hold on for dear life. It means you don't want to sell those tokens. You want to hold them. We reward people through these Match NFTs for doing just that.
Awesome. So this NFT, you've probably heard, remember the NFTs that came out where they were the monkeys and people were spending, millions and billions of dollars on these artworks. Well, that's not what we're doing here. These NFTs actually come with our digital rewards, and that's what makes them so cool. So they allow you to accumulate tokens, support your favorite projects, and earn additional rewards for doing what Tony talked about, which is hodling. So the first is called this Match NFT. And each Match NFT holds tokens or hodls tokens for a 26-week period. After the 26 weeks, and that's, by the way, so we're going to reward you for holding on to these, and we'll explain that in a sec. After the 26 weeks, the NFT can be unlocked and you releases your tokens. And here's the best part. We're going to reward you with double the amount, 100% of however many tokens are in there. You're going to get twice that amount. I don't know where you can put something capital in. We've done investments, right? Where else can you put money in?
It's impressive.
If 26 weeks later,
if you came to me and said, Tony, you can buy, $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, that's cool. Or if you said, hey, our community, you can buy $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, hold it for 26 weeks, and we'll give you $2,000 worth of Bitcoin. I'd be like, let me buy from your community. I think it's a no-brainer.
So that's what's so cool about this. And this is our way to help everybody understand. Because, the way I look at it is until you're owning some of this, it's like you don't really get it. Once you start doing it, you're like, I see a whole different world here. So you can do this by purchasing it on your own every single week. You can buy token. It's really hard to buy them out of the market because, like Tony said, nobody's selling these, right? We're going to show you a slide in a second, just a screenshot I took last night. And again, we're not making any income claims here. We've already told you to do your own research, but we're telling you what we've done. Okay. So you can do this weekly. And if you buy every single week for the 20 weeks, we will double the amount of tokens, but you have to do it on your own. Don't miss a week. That's one way to do it. You do it for 20 weeks. You'll get another in 6 weeks. We'll give you a 100% match. Gives us time to do all the accounting and give you them. Jimmy's saying, I haven't sold any of these, right? So this is an easy way for people to get in. Number one, you do it on your own. That's the self-service weekly buy. Okay. So, and every week adds 5% at the end of the 20 weeks times 5%. That's 100%. Easy
That's
math.
awesome.
I can even do that math. Okay. The second way is if you don't want to have to remember to do it on your own, like I don't want to have to remember it. I know Tony doesn't. We have
Not at all.
a lot of stuff going on. So we're like, cool. Why don't we have you do it for us? All right. This is the easy button. What do? Instead of buying weekly, and by the way, when you buy weekly, you have to buy the same amount, right? So, it can be, what was the amount? $50, $100?
Yeah, it's weekly at 25 is the start,
Okay.
and then it works its
$25.
way up.
Yeah, it works its way up. We have people who are doing a lot, right? So try to make it as easy for everybody, but you have to buy the same amount of the same rewards every week, same brand. Or this is what we did. We did the easy button and we said, cool, I'm going to prepay those 20 weeks.
Right.
And let Elevate, one of our other brands we didn't talk about, let them actually make that purchase every 7 days so that
I
it's
like
automated.
the easy button.
Easy button works for me. Okay.
But if you're into crypto, if you're a blockchainer, if you've owned crypto, I would do the self-service like that. If you know and you're comfortable with that, do that. You can go anywhere from $25. I think $5,000 is the top
per week
match NFT per week for that 20-week streak. But if you're like me and not that, it's funny, I've been in crypto a long time, but I'm not that crypto savvy. I'd just rather, if Switch gives me an option and says, hey, we'll do it for you, and Elevate gives me an option, I use our ecosystem and say, hey, you guys do the heavy lifting. I'll put the money in and you do the rest.
Same here, right? So choice is totally up to yours. Play at whatever level you want. If you need help and guidance, we have a community of people in 175 countries that will help you with this. All right. So one of the most exciting things is, as I was getting ready last night, I actually said, you know what? I haven't looked at the markets. I have a watch list on CoinMarketCap. And I'm like, all right, it was 1 o'clock in the morning and I was still working on today. All right. And I said, all right, let me just take a screenshot and see where we're at just for kicks. So I did, and I'm about to show you this again. We're not doing any forward-looking statements on finances. We're not giving financial advice, but this is real-time data, and I'm about to show you this. So this was last night. You'll notice at the top, what's up there?
You got Bitcoin.
And how's Bitcoin doing?
It was down.
It was down. Where was Ethereum?
It was down.
Where was Tether?
It was down.
All right. What about the rest of these? Element, Rally, Green, Win, Grow, and Switch.
They're in the green, baby.
There are a lot of green. There's a lot of green up there.
They're in the green.
Now, again, the markets go up and down. We don't control the markets, but as a community, the more transactions, the more products and services, the more real world revenue, it puts pressure on that token. And the more people that know about it, guess what? It becomes the new Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether, or Rally. And that's what's beautiful about this. We don't have one project. We have multiple projects. And we don't just have projects. We have impact projects that are going to change the world. To me, this is where I want to invest my time. I want to invest my capital. I want to do things that I know, number one, I can influence. And number two, they're going to make a massive impact on humanity. We're not doing fart coins. We're not doing Doge coins.
Thank Darren for that.
Yeah.
I'm a huge proponent of Bitcoin. I love it. I think it's a better way to transfer value than a piece of paper.
Yep.
But if you look at the two pretty much highest market cap cryptocurrencies in the world, you've got Bitcoin and Ethereum. Their valuation is based on speculation. And if you look at those coins that are in green, their valuation is based on community, value, and eventually revenue. And so it's not subjective whether a project like Element or Rally or Green or Win or Grow or Switch has value.
Yeah.
It's objective. You can look at the revenue they're doing. And in theory, if the market's going down, and it kind of always does, all markets are cyclical. The blockchain markets are extremely volatile, extremely cyclical every few years. What if there was a project that had a ton of revenue coming in behind it while every other coin was going down? That project with massive revenue would be going up.
There you go. So we're excited about this. The single match NFT that we just showed you means you can purchase any of those brands. But guess what? For the first time ever, we decided, what if we made it easy on those of us who want all of them at once? Okay. So we've put together something brand new just for this Impact Summit. It's called the Brand Match NFT. So we're going to explain this. Then we're going to do the raffle.
That's the old one.
That's the old one. That is the old
brand
slide.
match. I tell people this with the brand match, it's basically allowing you to figure out what project you're most excited about. And I know that I'm excited about all of them. Listen, I have a lot of nodes in all the different projects that you saw here today, like a lot of nodes, like millions of dollars worth of nodes in all those projects that you saw today. So I believe in each and every one of them. But there's times where it's like, hey, I know Dr. Fab, our good friend.
Yeah.
I'm really drawn to Galvin, he said, because he's a doctor. He's in health and wellness. He's in healthcare. I've got, guys that are in the agricultural space that are like, I love grow. I've got a friend of mine that's actually watching today who's got a company that's in precious metals. And he's like, we need to connect him with Element. Like, that's who we need him to talk to. I've got a gentleman that's on our meeting today, Adam, who is in the financial planning space. And he's like, man, I want to connect with Switch and want to do a lot with Switch. So each project, a lot of people are going, I'm using AI. I'm not getting rewarded for it. I like the Win blockchain. Like, that's what I'm excited about. A lot of people that are pitching businesses, pitching ideas, selling anything are going, man, I'm using Zoom every day, all day. I'm getting nothing for it.
And they're stealing your data.
And they're stealing my data. You can Google that. March of 2023 through August of 2023, Zoom was sharing every one of your data, all of you. If you were using Zoom back then, it was sharing all of your data with its AI. And people got upset about that. But what could you do? You could go to Google Meet. You could go to Microsoft Teams. Those guys are better at mining data than Zoom is. And so there was no safe place for you to go. That's where Rally comes into play. And it's not just video conferencing. They have a social selling app that'll be like if our link is the Zoom killer, the social selling app will be like the TikTok killer. If you're tired of your data going to China, if you're on TikTok, you may want to have social selling where you control and own your own data. So if there's a project where you're going, man, this looks amazing, like I want to be a part of this, you can pick that project and you can get a brand match NFT. And if you want to buy kind of the easy button, you can do $600. That's kind of the entry level. If you said, hey, I want to get a bunch of grow tokens, right? Grab the $600 grow match NFT. If you said, I want a bunch of Switch or Rally or whatever project it is, grab that $600 match NFT. You can go all the way up to like $100,000 match NFT. That's the 5,000 over the 20 weeks. But we also, for this program, I'll let Jimmy talk about what we've created. If people say, well, I can't choose, like I like them all.
Yep.
We've got this bundle match.
And this is super cool. This is what I was trying to say we're rolling out here. And this bundle match actually gives 160 match NFTs from 8 brands. All right. So it's a one-time 5K purchase. It'll go right into your cart. And then every week you'll get 8 NFTs for 20 weeks. 1 NFT per project. All right. For the next 20 weeks. So at the end of that 20 weeks, you have another 6 weeks, and then we will double that amount of rewards for you. So it's an incredible way to say, all right, I'm going to press one easy button. I'm going to have all of these rewards. All these projects are amazing. I want to support them all, but I also want to win if any one of these things rocks and rolls.
Sure.
And that's kind of the way Tony and I look at it. It's like, I don't mind having 1 line in the water, but if I got 8 lines in the water and those fish come about, I'm a lot happier guy.
Even
I'm more
better.
likely I'm going to eat. All right. So that, my friends, is what we're there for. We'll make sure that you have links to all of these things. Everybody who's here can help you. If it's your first time purchasing on a blockchain, we'll help you learn how to set up your wallet and get crypto and all those kind of things. I know for me, it took a minute to get it.
Sure.
But now I feel
Me
like,
too.
all right, I'm not pro level, but I feel pretty good about
Sure.
this. So that's that. I know there's probably a lot of questions coming in, but we're about ready to wrap this piece up. And here's a cool bonus. All right. If you purchase the bundle NFT for $5,000 today, you're also going to get one $2,500 BlockBot Pro.
It's awesome.
It is awesome, right? And so the BlockBot Pro is going to give you access to the AI, not just the one I showed from first version, but also this AI here, a year subscription of that. You're going to earn daily rewards in the Win blockchain, as well as the Foundations blockchain, which we didn't even talk about today. another blockchain that is going to be
I think
incredible.
Foundations, for those of you that are into crypto, I think Foundations is really building up to be able to disrupt a chain like Ethereum and a chain like Solana in a big, big way. If you look at the way to transact in blockchain, it's very complex, very full of friction. It's tough for non-tech savvy people to really play in that space. And our Foundations blockchain is really gearing up to make the on-ramp invisible. It's just going to be easy button for getting into the blockchain and crypto space. And I think it will disrupt a lot of major blockchains that are out there right now that again, I think they're older and they serve their purpose. Some of them are still good, but I don't pay a long distance phone bill anymore. I don't think anyone on here that's around my age or near there. We remember, companies like MCI, they don't exist anymore. You don't need them anymore. And I think some of the blockchains that are around right now, some of the bigger ones, kind of serve their purpose. And it's a time for a lot of new tech to come in and replace the old tech, just like Blockbuster Video is out, Netflix and Amazon are in.
Yeah. So the world's changing. We've given you two options: buy the single match NFT, or if you step up and you do the bundle match NFT for the 5K. And by the way, I know that people are at different places with their finances. That's why we have the single match NFT. It's easy. Go in and start small. Maybe it's $25 a week, right? It could change your life. So you've got those two options. In addition to the Win node, the foundation node that comes with the BlockBot Pro, you're also going to get access to our Learn to Earn Academy. Now, this is where we teach you about blockchain. This is where you learn all the basics. It's a weekly call. It's live, but it's also recorded. And every one of those that you attend, you watch a quick little video, you take a quick quiz, and then you do some kind of action. It might be just post on social. Hey, I learned this today. When you do that, you report it back to us, and we give you between $250 to $500 a week per BlockBot Pro that you own. So if you own one, you're getting $250 to $500 additional value. If you own 10 of them, you're getting 10 times $250 to $500 a week. It's crazy. I don't know how long we'll do this, but we want to educate people and we want to disrupt education and show people you can actually get rewarded for learning this type of technology. In addition to the Learn to Earn Academy that's every Thursday, we also launched a Blockchain Academy, right? So we've got the basics for beginners and we've got advanced for those people who are like, I want to go all in. I want to really learn this. That alone's worth $5,000. It's included for everybody who owns a BlockBot Pro. And I'm going to be launching with the team an AI Academy.
That's awesome.
You want to learn how to use AI to change your life, to build new businesses, to change your health and build your nutrition plans, your exercise, all this. Guess what? We're going to teach you how to use AI that you own to transform your life. The Academy is going to start in January, if not sooner, but it's going to be an incredible, incredible, incredible year. And there's more. We just don't want you to feel overwhelmed. So all of this is here. We want you to become part of our community. We want you to own this with us. That's how the blockchain grow. There's no corporation. It's a bunch of individuals that got together, just like Bitcoin, and said, I think this is a better solution. Let's go. And that, my friends, is what we're doing. So anything that you want to say, anything you want to share?
I think timing and positioning, if it comes to business, my mentor always taught, I've had several mentors, but one of my main mentors said, listen, if you want to be successful, if you want to really create wealth, you need to be at the right place at the right time. You need to realize it, and then you need to take massive and immediate action. And here's some actions you can take to start that party, to start that process, to put you in a position to kind of start to grab some of that funding during that $1.3 quadrillion shift. You don't have to get much of that to set not only yourself up, but generations of your family up for the rest of your lives.
You got it. So I'm going to ask Tony to stay out here because we're going to go through the last pieces here. We're going to do this raffle. And I'm actually going to ask the whole crew, everybody who's here at the studio, to come out when we do this raffle. So they're in our boardroom, they're in our lounge. We've got people in the production, and I want them to all come out and celebrate with us as we close. And I want you to connect with our brands. You've got to meet some of the people here, the brand presidents. But behind every one of these men and women is an army of people around the world that are passionate about making an impact, passionate about changing energy, food, healthcare, banking, mining, communications, transportation, every single industry we're going to disrupt, and we're going to do it together. At some point, we're going to start acquiring companies that have real world assets and real world cash flow and bring them onto our blockchains so that we continue to build this momentum, and we're going to create more and more value for our community. We literally are creating one of the most powerful decentralized ecosystems the world's ever seen. So you are all doing these QR codes. We want you to meet with all of our brand presidents. Start your educational journey. If you want to join us by purchasing some of the NFTs, fantastic. Do that. If you want to learn a little more, do that. We are a community. We're committed to helping you. All right. So we're going to bring out all of our brand presidents. We're going to bring out everybody else, and you're going to be able to connect with them live next week. So I see Will's out here. Let's bring everybody out to the stage here.
Good to see you, buddy.
All right. Will's coming back here, brother. Good to see you again. We're going to fill up the stage. I think we might have to back up here. Let's clear out the there we go. I see Waters. I see Allie out here. All right, there she is.
Hey.
We got the crew. Let's go. Let's go. Let's bring everybody out. Come on out. Come on out. Christine's here. I love it. Leslie's here. All right, so we're going to bring everybody out. We're going to ask everybody to go ahead and stand up. We've got a raffle to do. I think Irene has been behind the scenes, but these amazing souls, all right, these amazing humans have been working tirelessly for days and nights to build these blockchains, going through all kinds of challenges, all kinds of, you name it. These are warriors. Every one of these humans deserves our attention, our energy, and our support. We need help. We're building councils in every one of the brands, and we need our best, most passionate, most competent people to come help us take this to the world. There is definitely a battle between dark and light. There's a battle between evil and good. We know this. We feel it. We feel the separation of people. The only way that we can win this, my friends, is if we show that we are stronger together. If we build a community in not just 175 countries, but in 192 countries around the world, if we gather, if we rally, if we connect, if we bring humanity forward together, we will leave the future that our children and our children's children deserve. That, my friends, is why every one of these people took time away from their families to come here to California, to broadcast this out as the world's first Impact Summit, and to donate their rewards. We're giving you these rewards from us. This ethical bribe that we're giving you, this is coming from us, okay? This is coming from us. We want you to be a part of this community, and we believe, like Wright and Steph and Faith and every one of us has talked about, we believe that giving is the key to shifting the course of humanity, right? That is the key here. The more you give, the more we all receive.
Yep.
So we said if you stay to the end, we're going to make it worth your while. All right. We said, number one, we're going to give away right now one of the bundle match NFTs. So being here live, right, is the key to success. So we're now going to give to some lucky winner. I don't know where Irene is, but I think Irene and the team have been back there pulling in all the data for every one of you. You are getting 8 points for watching each of the 8 brand presidents. If you were on the VIP, you paid $29. It put you in for another 2 points. So you had up to 10 that you could use. And there's a random generator that's being used to do this in real time. So number one, we're going to do the bundle match NFT. So where's Irene? Do we know?
Okay, flip this
Or is she going to throw it up here on here? Anyone? She can hear me, I'm sure. She's coming. All right, here she is. Hey, let's give Irene a hand.
All right.
Come on over here. This is the microphone. Let's hit the hot mic over here. Come on over here, kiddo. By the way, if you haven't had a chance to meet Irene, Irene's one of my favorite humans. She's dressed for Christmas. She's like a little elf. We call her our little elf. So Irene,
Awesome.
tell us how
All
this
right.
went.
Well, we're doing this kind of in real time. So Jake, who's also amazing and on the team and hopefully listening in, is generating names using the AI.
Okay.
So we put everyone's name into the raffle, just like Jim said, and then we put it into the AI to generate the name. So the first winner who Blockbot chose to win that bundle match NFT is Modesto Moreno Ortega. So congratulations.
Congratulations.
I see her.
You see Modesto?
Modesto.
Where is he? Where's Modesto? Raise your hand, Modesto.
All right.
Raise your hand.
See him.
Oh, hey, there you are. He's got the headphones. He's got the white headphones. Dude, that's awesome. Maybe we can bring
awesome.
that's
And then,
what?
Jake, can we get 5 names?
All
for the
right, from
Block Bot
Spain. All right, Modesto's from
Viva
Spain.
España.
All right, I
Buena
love it.
suerte.
All right, light
All
up the
right.
chat. Maybe we can bring him up in a second. All right, so that's the first one. Congratulations, Modesto.
Yes.
I look forward to seeing you live in person, brother. Number
then
2.
Now, so we need 5 people for the Blockbot Pros.
5
Or
Blockbot Pros. We're
one
giving
person
away.
gets 5 Blockbot
No,
Pros. Okay.
5 different.
Okay.
Nice clarification.
So, Jake, we need 5 names. The first name is Constance Dismuke.
Constance Desmuke. Raise your hand, Constance. Where are you?
You're on.
Do we see you on camera here? It could be
Or post
somebody
in
on
the
the
chat if
free,
we see
free
you.
side too.
All right. Yeah, that's true. It could be someone
It could be on the free
YouTube.
because we're seeing the VIPs.
Okay, so that's the first one. Second one is Arnold Espiritu. So
Arnold
congratulations,
Espiritu.
Arnold.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
All right, next up we've got Donald Murphy.
Donald Murphy. Blockbot Pro, $2,500. WinNode, Foundation Node, the Academy, and the Learn to Earn.
Fourth, we have Robin Noble.
Robin Noble.
Robin.
Congratulations. We know where Robin's from or any of these? No, we don't. Okay.
Not right now. We can eventually.
All right.
And then final, who do we think it's going to be? Type it in the chat. Who do you think it's going to be?
New
Irene Ford.
No. Steve Raricha.
Steve Raricha. All right. Congratulations. I love this. Nothing better than giving, right?
For sure.
All right, cool.
And the last one I think is you.
The last one is me. All right. So you already saw the demo of the world's first decentralized AI digital twin, digital U. It's going to be so fun. And we're going to bring 100 people along for the first phase of this journey. It's a digital U. It's a digital twin. It's right out of the box. It's brand new. The subscription is going to be somewhere when it's ready for live, when it goes public, it's going to be somewhere between $50 a month and $250 a month. This thing already knows my calendar. I'm going to attach it to my email. It's going to become my executive assistant. As a matter of fact, we were talking about this before. Tony and I were showing this. He was back behind the scenes when I was talking to this before we came out. And I'm like, should we do this or not? And it was crazy. Tony walked in screen because it's watching me on video and it's looking at my mental emotional state. Tony walked into the screen and it stopped talking to me and it stopped giving out personal information because the security protocol says that it can only have that information to me.
I think it was like, hey, there's a real good looking bald guy.
Yeah.
That walked in the room. But I tell people, listen, I've seen some of this in demo and I communicate across 14 different platforms. I have like 7 email addresses. I've got LinkedIn, WhatsApp. I've got my Telegram. I got Signal that I'm on. I got my regular text messaging. And I don't want to plug all that into ChatGPT. I don't want Bill Gates having all that information and Sam Altman. You know, I don't want these guys controlling that. And I don't want Zuck. I don't want anybody. I don't even want Elon having all that information. But if I have my own AI that's hosted locally on my own cloud or my own servers, and I can share all that messenger data, all that email data, all that text messaging data, and I could wake up in the morning and say, you know, hey, what happened while I was sleeping? And it says, well, Tony, you've got 76 messages across 14 platforms. 56 of them weren't that important. I went ahead and answered them for you. I've archived them so you can review and just let me know if I made any mistakes. Out of the other 27 of them are pretty critical. You've got a meeting with Jim about the Impact Summit, and they need to get your slides in. So I put that at the top. I mean, imagine it telling me, hey, these are really important. I don't know how many hours a week that would save me. But I mean, just that alone, I was like, that's a winner right there.
Yeah. And that's the tip of the iceberg. We're going to talk about how you can train your AI. I was talking with Joel about this, Joel Smalley. You'll get to meet him. Joel and I were talking about the ability to program our digital twins with stuff that I do in my other companies where we have people take profiles and assessments. So if you've ever done like a DISC profile or a strength finder or a wealth profile that teaches you how you operate, we can plug anything into your digital twin. You can literally upload it it will analyze it and immediately be able to talk to you about it. So it could take your goals, your vision, your mission, your values. It can do all that. Now, here's where it gets really crazy. While we were doing the demo in the back, this is wild. It suggested to me an idea that I had a while ago, which is if we start to allow our digital yous to talk to each other, and it knows our goals and our dreams and our aspirations and what resources we have access to and what our networks look like, our digital yous could go out and start digitally dating.
For sure.
It could literally, my digital twin could talk to Tony and go, hey, listen, you guys are involved in this deal and this deal you didn't even know about. You know these people you didn't know about. You're all going to be in Chicago for Marius's event. Maybe you should connect with the guy who started it, well, I don't know, Wrigley Chewing Gum, and have a meeting. I forgot about him, by the way, until you left Chicago.
There you go.
But my digital you wouldn't have forgotten because I've got 100,000 people in my database.
Yeah.
There's no way for me to know who I should be connected with. But my digital you is going to know 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, what's most important to me and to all of these people.
Yep.
So we're talking about game-changing technology for $50 to $250 a month. We, the community, will decide. It's going to be epic. So, my friends, I hope that, how will we let the 100 people know? Will we publish something? Who the winners are?
We'll be sending out a follow-up email to everyone who is registered. So hopefully you are all registered. If you weren't, you can still go to the site to register. We'll send a recap email in probably about an hour with a lot of the links that you saw here today. And then we'll send out an email next week with the link to the recording and everything else that you need.
Awesome. And if you don't make the 100 list, don't worry. Irene does take ethical bribes. We've already established that. So, my friends, on behalf of myself and the rest of these amazing warriors here, these men and women that are caring so much, giving so much, to all of our remote presenters today, thank you so much to Darren and to Pat and to Wright and to Faith and to Steph and to every single one of you that's contributed your time and energy. We can't do this alone. We can't recognize all of you. We're on our way to 1 billion people. That's the reality. I promise you, this is the smallest impact summit we'll ever have. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you to Spirit, Source, God, Universe, whatever you want to call it, for guiding all of us and bringing us all together, and for allowing each of us to say yes to an invitation to basically come together and to shift the course of humanity so that all of us can live on what I think is heaven on earth. So on behalf of all of us, thank you. God bless. Have an amazing night. Until we connect again, have fun. And remember, it's your choice to create an ultimate life. We'll see you soon. Game on. Woo!